Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider with my leaps of fail. Leaps of fail. I'm so used to saying leaps of fail because of the channel point redeem I have active during Assassin's Creed streams, where leap of faith is what it's called when you actually do a dive off a high point in the Assassin's Creed series. And I call the channel point redeem leap of fail because when it gets redeemed in those games, I actually make the character die from their fall instead of falling in the haystack. uh, I'll repeat that again. Welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider with my leaps of faith challenge applied to it. This is the remastered version of the game, but I'm playing the entire game with the original graphics active. Hey there, Inmita. Welcome on in, dude. I'm doing well, thanks. Except being a bit tongue-tied and and flubbing on the leaps of faith. But other than that, I'm doing really well. How about yourself? Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. How's things? People that you follow love this emote. Oh, nice. That's cool. That's awesome. It's good to know that the emote is being enjoyed by people. That's really cool. It's such a really cool sort of like head movement that Ezio can do. It's a shame that in Revelations he can't do it in that way. He can do some kind of head bop, but it's not in the same way. Yeah, I like that emote in Meta of Alan from Alan Wake 2. Just just the way his expression is in that moment. And Meta, good to hear. It happens. Absolutely, definitely can. You're doing well. You're working as usual at this time of day. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going well in Meta. I really hope that work is going to be good for you today. I hope you had a great rest of your stream as well yesterday with a Plague Tale Requiem. You like that emote a lot? Yeah, yeah. When I first played Alan Wake 2 and I saw that part, I was like, oh, this would make a great emote. So we have a predatory animal or two already here. Oh, almost killed that one without. I can actually move Lara when dealing with animals. It's just that I can't have her run or roll. I can have her jump and stuff. And Mita, thanks. It was good, although because of the stupid guide, you had to reload some parts several times. Oh yeah, dude. It's just so annoying because, like, you give a lot of goodwill towards the guide because you just assume that the person who's made the guide has made sure that it's actually accurate. You hope that when people make a guide, they actually then try to follow their own guide to see if it actually works the way in which they've described it. But it's good that you've made some good progress with it, though. Like, did you finish the whole game? Because, like, were you just going through specific chapters to get stuff, or were you sort of just playing from the start and then going through each chapter, and if you miss, well, you got to keep on going kind of thing? Just to reiterate the challenge rules, because when streaming stuff live on Twitch versus watching it on YouTube, obviously, when people are entering into a stream, they might be entering into it either in your first stream session or they might be entering at a later point. So just for the people who might be joining the live stream to see this, just wanted to recap what the challenge rules are. So Lara can only do standing jumps, cannot walk, run, step back, dive, or roll. Gaps that can't be cleared by standing jump don't count. That means that Lara can actually step back from the edge to give her enough room to then do a run and jump. I can turn Lara's direction on the spot, so I can spin her around like this. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm not pressing forward to make her move forward, or press back to make her step back. I'm allowed to slide down slopes, can climb stuff, can swim underwater. Now, if I'm swimming underwater, I'm allowed to do rolls because you can actually do rolls underwater. The only rolling I'm not allowed to do is rolls on the ground or a roll in midair. In the original Tomb Raider 1, you weren't able to do a roll in midair. That was something that they added in Tomb Raider 2. But the remastered version of the original Tomb Raider that came out last year, which is the version I'm playing, but I've just switched the graphics to the old school, they actually added it as something that you could do. But for this playthrough, I'm not even allowed to do it anyway, even though it's actually possible. But underwater is a different story. I'm allowed to do rolls underwater. Um, when picking up items and also interacting with switches, it's the same thing. You don't have to actually be literally above the item and stepped on it correctly. You don't have to be like 100% lined up with the switch. If you're slightly a little bit to the left or the right of a switch or an item, pressing the interact button will have Lara automatically do a sidestep in whichever direction that gets her to the spot that she needs to be, and then she'll pick it up. So I'm allowed to do that. Um, if enemies move Lara, whether that's them coming up to her and just physically with their body moving her, or if they're shooting projectiles at her and it makes her move back, I'm not allowed to do rolls or run to try and reposition Lara, but I can still do jumps forward and jumps backwards and jumps to the left and right to sort of like dodge and get into a better position with enemies. When there's blocks that need to be pushed or pulled, I'm allowed to actually interact with those because there's no way for Lara to pick the block up and jump with it. And I'm allowed to shimmy along ledges and edges as well. So they're the rules for the leaps of faith. I almost said it again, leaps of fail. I mean, both have FAI in them. But that's just the rules for those who might have come into the stream in the second stream session. And me too, you made it to chapter 7. Oh, very good. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, it was like after this point, there is this, and if you climb up, you will find it. You're like, what? What kind of guide is that? The other thing, I'm not good at. I really need to think about, like north and south. For me, that's easy to remember which is which. But east and west, I get mixed up. So when a guide says go east and then west, I'm like, can you just say left or right instead of east and west? Listen, loyalty is very touching, but it is not the most important thing in your life right now. But what is important is gravity. I have to remind you, Sally, this is my weak arm. Thank you, Mr. Gote, for redeeming that from Commando. Leaps of faith and fails. I guess in a way, in that movie, Sully does a leap of faith that ends up in a leap of fail, but he had no control over it, though, because it was Arnie's character that let go of him. Actually, that made me think of Cesare in Brotherhood, how he's like, I will not die by the hands of man, and then Ezio's like, then I will leave you in the hands of fate, and drops him down. And then, of course, later, as the minstrel in Revelations, Ezio is singing the lyrics about Cesare, thought himself immortal till he had a date with gravity. So I could see that being like, could have Ezio, but Arnie's voice saying to Cesare something like, it is not the most important thing in your life right now, but what is important is gravity. I have to remind you, Cesare, this is my weak arm. Mr. Gote, 1985 Commando. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, that is like, I mean, there's many movies that you could point at and say that's classic Arnold, but I feel like if you wanted to get a very succinct idea of what Arnie was like in his earlier movies, especially his action movies, then Commando is definitely a great, great example of that. Mr. Gote, you were out of big trouble in Little China line. Is your favorite movie? That's fair enough, Mr. Gote. That movie is just so, so good. It's so ironic that it's one of those movies that when it first came out, it didn't actually do well at the box office. That's John Carpenter's unfortunate curse that he seems to have. Like, The Thing comes out in 1982. Critics hate it. It doesn't do too well. So next he does Christine, the Stephen King novel in 1983, adapts that, you know. Um, but yeah, The Thing in 1982, at the time it was criticized. People were like, "This is too violent. It's too sadistic. It's too gory," or you're not supposed to show the monster in light. You're supposed to keep them in shadows. Fast forward, so many years later, and then people are like, "This movie's awesome." Same thing happened with Big Trouble in Little China. Like, it didn't do too well at the box office, so he was like, "Well, I need to do another low budget movie again." So he did Prince of Darkness in 1987, which is a really good movie. That one, like, I have to say, that's probably one of my favorite John Carpenter movies. Is Prince of Darkness. Um, but yeah, Big Trouble in Little China years later, oh, amazing movie. It's a cult classic. So if anyone hasn't seen it and you don't mind movies that are old, because it came out in 1986. It's got Kurt Russell in it, so if you're a fan of Kurt Russell in his older career and you haven't seen his earlier stuff when he was younger, that's definitely a good movie of his to see. Um, the movie is a big combination of action, martial arts, fantasy, and comedy. It's a just amazing. If you like slapstick humor, it's got that too as well. It's just such a great amalgamation of stuff. And me too. Yeah, you also get lost when they explain it like that. You're like, I don't even know how to tell if I'm going north or south or anything. The only games you understand where one or the other is Skyrim, Oblivion, and the new AC games. That's totally fair too, as well. And other games that have a compass. Exactly. Yeah, having something that you can visually look at and be able to look at and go, okay, this is the direction the character's currently facing. This is the direction that I need to go in. Being able to orient yourself. Mr. Gote, other one you love was True Lies, Commando, Running Man, Predator, Rambo, any other Stallone movies, then Alien Saga. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, Sylvester Stallone, he was probably an action actor that I appreciated more when I was older, when I actually started watching the Rocky movies, because I was able to see that he wasn't just. Because the thing that's a misconception about Stallone is that, oh yeah, Rambo's this over the top sort of like cartoonish character that stands in a field of enemies, and even though he's just one guy and they have an army, they all seem to miss him, yet he is able to shoot them all, which is understandable because Rambo First Blood Part 2 kind of kicked that off. But the first movie, First Blood, is more of a dramatic action movie. Like there's action in it, but it's more of a drama. It's a survival movie as well, and it's mixed in with this really great character study of both Rambo and the sheriff as well. Um, and Stallone has talked about there was like a very rough 5 hour version of First Blood, and it was so bad that he felt that he had to buy all the film of the movie that had been filmed so far and destroy it because he thought it was going to be a terrible movie. And I'm like, I'd still love. I wouldn't probably sit down and watch it in one sitting, but I would watch a 5 hour version of First Blood, even if it was a terrible version. Like, I'm just curious to see what it would look like. But yeah, the Rambo movies. After the first one, it's understandable if people just think of Stallone as this, action hero that doesn't have any sort of like, realistic kind of like elements to him. Like there's no stakes or anything. But First Blood, yeah, is definitely like that. But yeah, the perception of certain actors, it's understandable that it could be one or the other depending on what you've watched as well. Mr. Gote was also a good bodybuilder, still going well today. That's true too as well. Yeah, like he definitely also inspired a lot of people too as well. Sorry for those who are like, why isn't Lara moving? But that's the nature of being a streamer. I definitely I mean the other thing is too with this type of playthrough, it may seem like it's quite simple. Oh yeah, just press the jump button and forward. So, having to talk at the same time shouldn't be that difficult, should it? But it's very meticulous kind of maneuvering. That it's best to actually stop what I'm doing when I'm talking at certain points, because otherwise my mind that's playing the video game gets distracted. However, these are all things that are not something that the chat should think of as their fault or a bad thing. Because I'm a true believer in people making choices that, they have to be responsible for. So if I'm playing a video game and I choose not to look at the screen at an important moment when the character might die because I'm responding to chat, then it's not chat's fault. It's my fault for not looking at the game and deciding, when to not look at it as well. Because I don't like people feeling like they've, done something wrong or anything like that when they haven't. Just go tell we just get carried away in our good converse sometimes. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, that's the other thing too. Like, I have actually thought in the future of doing just chatting streams sometimes, because I feel like I could pick a game that has like a section that has some really good music that's more ambient, where I could just have the character, like, for example, in the Tomb Raider games, the Tomb Raider reboot trilogy, like when Lara is at campsites, there's often music that plays. Like I could just have Lara sitting at a campfire and just use it as a backdrop while doing a just chatting stream. I've definitely thought of doing that kind of stuff because I still want to have something at least happening. I don't want it to just be my voice in a vacuum without any other audio or anything, but I definitely wouldn't be against doing that kind of stuff in the future. I mean, that's what you like about being a streamer, the fact that you just jump from one conversation to another and discuss different topics. There are moments when you even forget about the game you're playing. Oh, absolutely, and at the end of the day too, and this goes to streamers themselves, as well as like, viewers, it's like, I believe that there's always a streamer for every viewer, and there's a viewer for every streamer. So if someone is looking for constant commentary, including over like dialogue and cutscenes, if you as a streamer are not someone that does that, and someone who's looking for that content, leaves or whatnot, like, it might be understandable to feel dejected, but don't, because it just means that you and that person are just looking for very specific approaches to things, and not everyone is going to match up exactly as well. So if I was to give any advice to people who haven't become a streamer yet, initially, like, it's fine to sort of like think, oh, I need to find something specific that I need to focus on. Like, am I going to be someone that just streams this game? Am I going to be someone who just does this? Like, it's okay to think about those things, but at the same time, if you want to be a streamer that just does a variety of different things, then do that as well, because it's the best way for you to sort of like figure out what are things that you find enjoyable as a streamer to actually do versus things that you find maybe not that exciting and stuff. And if you think, I did not intend to do a roll, I'm not going to count that. I didn't even press the button to do a roll. What the hell, game? Although maybe I slightly pressed the button. I don't know. It's one of those things where something when something happens instantly, you don't always have the minutia memory to remember if it was something that you did or whatnot. So I'm going to count it. It might seem like an unfair thing to count, but I'm going to count it. Because I might have accidentally pressed the roll button slightly with my thumb when pressing the jump button. Okay, I don't think I'm going to get through the level without healing, so I'm going to use one of these health kits and then make a save. Exactly, and Mita, it's important to try and remember that as well, because and I say the same to viewers too, like even my own streams, like just because I'm a fan of various different franchises, I'm not naive enough to think that everyone is going to want to watch all the types of games that I stream. So if you're someone that doesn't like Tomb Raider games, I'm not going to take that personally or anything if you decide to only watch the streams where I'm playing, other games, because I'm fine with that. I'm not going to be angry or upset or sad or anything like that, because I just understand the nature of people's tastes, and sometimes your interests don't always align with what content someone might be providing. So if you feel like there's any games that I play that you don't have interest in, like don't feel bad if you don't want to watch those streams. But that's the other beauty of things, is that there's also people who, and it's with any streamer really, every streamer will have viewers that they're there for the streamer. So it doesn't matter what game the streamer is playing. And I think that's something to also value as well if you're a streamer. Admit you're that kind of person that gets bored if you do the same thing over and over again. So you like to have some variety. That also doesn't mean you won't return to a game, of course, but you like to check other games too. Absolutely, and that's cool too as well, because then you're going to have a whole different variety of games, but also you'll have a whole different variety of viewers as well. And Meta, very true. It's either the game you're streaming or you as a streamer. Exactly, Meta. And we're all human. It's very understandable if there might be some streamers who are like, oh man, I want everyone to watch my streams no matter what the game is, and you might think, well, I have to restrict what games I play then to only the games that I know people will, generally be okay with me playing without necessarily directly, being interested in the game itself. It's still important to try and just do the things as a streamer that you enjoy as well. This is such a funny dilemma in this type of challenge where you want Lara to not jump on top of the block. You want Lara instead to jump close enough to the block. This is where it's handy to use the fact that when Lara is actually when Lara is jumping on the spot, she's also slightly moving forward with each jump. And so that gives you a bit of precision control over getting Lara to be in a very specific spot without either having to do a proper, jump and without actually moving Lara without jumping. Just want to check something. Alright, so there's no door that needs to be opened to access this area, which is an area that has some items in it. Whereas this is somewhere I need to go, which has a door here that opens based on where you push that block. The reason I'm looking at this is because I need Lara to get to this block. And I also need this movable block to be in this position because it is what is actually opening this door here that I need to get to progress through the level. So if I was to move this off the switch, then move Lara off, does that close the door up there? It doesn't. Okay, so that's good. That means I don't have to worry about trying to make an exception. That's the other thing about this challenge is it forces you to sort of like look at what you've got and think to yourself, is what I need to jump to one of the steps that is needed to actually get to something, and what other things are needed in order for something to go the way it needs to be. And trying to work that out can be part of the fun. That's also why I don't necessarily like to... Like, there have been some games where I've practiced off-stream to actually get an idea for a challenge run to a point where I know that it's going to be doable. Like when I did my Assassin's Creed Origins playthrough, where I came up with my own optional objectives that had to be done for every main quest to emulate what the Assassin's Creed games used to have, where you had optional objectives that you could do. For that playthrough of Origins, I had to test each main quest with the optional objective I came up with to see if it was even doable. So that way I knew that when I came up with an optional objective, I could lock it in for the playthrough ahead of time. But usually when it comes to challenge playthroughs, I like to do a little bit of testing to make sure that the basics, at least, of my challenge are doable. And then that way, as the game is being played with the challenge in mind, I can sort of like think of solutions on the spot. Look at things and say, hey, is this possible? Or should I make an exception here? And if I do make an exception here, what is the exception? You know? And also that means that viewers who are actually watching this see in real time me processing my own challenge rules versus what the game is presenting me with in any given time, and then seeing, you know, what can I come up with as an exception? What's going to allow me to progress through the level or the game? Because there's definitely some things that there's only one way to achieve an objective that has to be done, and that's to do a very specific thing. So it's like, for example, in this challenge, let's say there's a final door that Lara has to get to end the level, but the gap is only doable with a run and jump. Now, my rule is that I can't have Lara do run and jumps whenever she wants, right? But the exception is when it's impossible for Lara to make a jump without running and jumping first. So in my example, I'm using the final door of the level that Lara needs to get through. If the jump to get to it is not enough for a standing jump, then Lara is able to do a running jump. And speaking of that, I might have actually just come across one of those now. Let's see. Yep. Alright, so Lara can't make that jump from a standing jump position. there is a way to get Lara on top of flat ledges, and I usually do that when I play this game. But for this playthrough, I'm forbidding myself. I haven't put it in the rules, but I'm forbidding myself to use it because in some ways it's like a bit of a cheat, bit of a cheat to get it. Now, having said that, I can't get to that one with a standing jump. Maybe I can get to this one with a standing jump. From this angle, it might not look like it, but Lara is incrementally actually moving forward with each jump. In Mitra, in your case, to be honest, oops, I did that. I like you as a streamer, and no matter the game you stream, you'll come and say hi. You like most of the games you stream, but even if you stream a game that you're not a fan of, you'll still say hi. Well, thank you so much for that in Mita. You know, that definitely is appreciated. If there's people that, don't feel the same way as Amita, like, I definitely don't, think of you any less or anything. Whether, you're someone that does feel the same way as Amita just expressed or not, like, I still appreciate everyone who, checks out the streams as well. So thank you to everyone, and Mita, thank you for watching the streams as well. Even if there's a game that you're not a fan of. Mr. Gote, you're downloading Witcher 3. You missed Gwent. You also watched the first episode of the TV show today. I don't blame you for missing Gwent. Like, Gwent is such a great, great game. Like, I know there's that actual standalone Gwent game, but sometimes I'm tempted just to load up the Witcher 3 to play the main game Gwent. So, had you seen the show before, Mr. Gote? Hey there, Hugo. Welcome on in. How's things going? Okay, so let's see if we can make... I wonder if I can make a standing jump to that ledge from an angle. But first I want to test to see if I can do it to that side. Mr. Gote, oof. You can just feel that smack to the face. That would be extremely damn painful. Mr. Gote, they just did a great job with the music. Oh, cool. So it's your first time seeing it. Be interesting to see what you think about it. I never saw season 2 or 3. I just saw the first season. It was actually what made me finally decide to play the games. So this ledge that I initially thought I had to get Lara to and was willing to make an exception for, as we saw, it actually wasn't the only way to get to where I needed Lara to go, while still just doing standing jumps. At face value, the ledge that's on the left closest to the screen and the one that's on the right closest to the screen, visually you might think there's no way Lara can make a standing jump over to that. Well, definitely not so that her feet are on top of the ledge to the left. But from a standing jump, at the very edge of this ledge, Lara is able to grab the top of this ledge to then pull herself up. So I was able to avoid making an exception to get Lara to this ledge, but instead went this route, and we were able to get Lara to this side without having to make an exception either. Mr. Gote, you loved it how Siri could scream with her voice, and first episode was heaps dark. You mean way darker than Yakuza games you played? Yeah, that was something too, as well. Like, there's a certain moment in Witcher 3 that I didn't know ahead of time it was coming up, but when the moment was just about to happen, given the context of what's happening before it, I had a feeling that Ciri was gonna let loose, and so when she did, having seen that moment in the first season of The Witcher, when that moment happened in Witcher 3, I had chills. Like, it was just such a powerful moment. And if anyone's played Witcher 3, you know the moment I'm talking about at Kaer Morhen. But that was just, such a great sort of moment, and a good example of how something that was from the Witcher series that, I just took at face value as, okay, the character's screaming like this for some reason, became a thing in Witcher 3 where I was like, oh, cool, I know what's about to happen. Hey there, Lucas. I hope things are going well. Mr. Gautier, manifold counter proposal. Best bands from World Legions. That's true. It's so funny when they pop up as well, because my reflexes now are simply just look at the message. Okay, click on their name, click on ban, and then move on. Something that I can do too, which I didn't anticipate, is if I have Lara on a certain angle and I want her to get to the edge of a different ledge, so I have her standing here, but I want to get her here, then I can also just jump at a certain angle on the wall, and Lara will sort of like be pushed by the wall itself. So that's something else I could actually use as part of my repertoire. Or just do that in this case because it was wide enough. Imita, oh yeah, that's one of the best moments in the game. It really is, dude. Like, that's another example of why I was really, really happy I actually persevered through Witcher 1. Because Witcher 1, the start of which takes place at Kaer Morhen, and the fact that it's a battle, when in Witcher 3 I knew that Kaer Morhen was going to be a location, it was like, oh, cool. And then to see that the damage from that battle in Witcher 1 was still there was also really cool too. And so it created this feeling of coming back to a very familiar location. And it felt like home. And for such a very major plot point to happen there, there was just a lot of things that went towards it. Lucas, so what happened? Someone got banned? Yeah, it was just some bot account. Lucas, we all know Rod is jumping so much to check out Lara's ass. Well, given my previous comments in other streams about how I don't find video game characters attractive, I think your statement has very flawed logic in it. I know, Lucas. I know you're teasing. Lucas, you've said it once and you'll say it again. You swear some older games like this are a lot more difficult than modern ones. That's true too. The very nature of how things had to be done back then in 1996 for this game. Things that if someone was to be given the task of redoing this game from scratch, a lot of things would obviously be done differently. Um, the grid-based nature of how things are set up as well, and how talented actually the people behind the textures were to not always make the seams apparent, and also using texturing to try and create the illusion of certain things too, as well. Like, even though there's nothing actually jutting out from the wall, looking at the graphics from this angle, we can definitely tell that the points here and here are what would be sticking out. And sort of playing with textures that try to form like a rock face that looks natural. Which, given the fact that the graphics are all blocky, obviously, it was more something that at the time wasn't necessarily much of an issue, only because we didn't at the time have things that we could look at and say, this is far superior. Like, if you were back in 1996 to show someone the Xbox 360 even, back in 1996, they'd be like, whoa, what the hell? And so any games that came out on systems before that, to that person would just not cut it. They'd be like, no, these graphics don't cut it. But because this was what the technology was able to do with games at the time, and this was like some of the great graphical capabilities, then there wasn't anything superior years later to make comparison of back in 1996. But old games can definitely be deceptively simple. Like, you might look at the game and go, that's old graphics, it's going to be easy. But once you actually get into the nitty gritty, you start to see all the difficult elements that have been put in. Yeah, indeed, Lucas. It was like splat. That was a long distance to fall down from as well. Hey there, Amanda Nicole. Welcome on in. Ouch, indeed. Absolutely. Lara became a pancake. That's an example of where it can be very tricky with this challenge to do certain things. So a lot of the times, what you would do is to make sure that a drop could potentially be done without taking any damage. You would have the character just do like a back step till they were close to the edge and then just basically do a back step again but hold the grab button. But in this challenge, I'm not allowed to do that. So what I need to do instead is, for example, if I just jump from this spot to this spot, Lara won't be as far to the edge as I need her to be in order to make sure that when I do a standing jump from this spot, that Lara will actually land within this and grab. Because I've got Lara positioned here instead, when I do a forward standing jump from this position, Lara clears the gap completely and lands about there. But what I wanted to do is actually grab to the ledge and hang, but because I can't do back steps to do that, I then have to come up with a different way to do it. And so what I do instead is I jump forward towards this wall so that when Lara actually hits it, it bounces her to land kind of in the center. Which then means when I face her in this direction and I have her jump to the corner of this block, she'll land closer to the edge, which then means when I want to do this jump to this gap, I can make Lara grab for the ledge and hang this time because I don't have her too close to this edge. So when I do this now and hang, she'll land here and let me do this to safely get down. So while normally I could just step backwards and then have Lara grab as she falls and then lower herself down, I've got to come up with other ways using the challenge rules to actually get her to the same spot and the same ability to safety land so she doesn't take as much damage. Lucas, look at games like Zelda, Ocarina of Time, people who to this day are still stuck at parts of it. Oh, absolutely, and the other thing is too, like, games were more designed to be something that once you had it, that was the game. Like nowadays you can have 50 games to choose from. You can play one game. If you get stuck and you get sick of it, you can just jump to a different game. And while people could still do that back then, obviously, you had to have a lot of games if you wanted to to go through like that. So for a lot of people, when they got a game for like birthday or Christmas, or they rented a game, that was the game. And they either stuck with it till they finished it, or they just gave up and never came back to it, which is fine. I'm not saying that's a bad thing to do. If you genuinely feel like that about a game, then there's nothing wrong with just never going back to it. So the games were designed more for endurance as well of the player, and obviously as time went on, more things were added to try and make experiences a bit easier for certain players and stuff, where indicators were added and all that. I mean, even the remaster of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, and also 4, 5, and 6 that came out recently, even in those remasters, there's options to make an icon appear on the screen to let the player know that they've got Lara in the right position to pick something up, or to pull a lever, or press a switch. Whereas in the original versions, no such indicator would happen. So it was more the player themselves had to visually see the relationship between the character's position and the item on the ground to determine whether or not the character was able to pick it up. Hey there, poor love. Welcome on in. Her calf muscles would be way chunkier with those jumping skills. That's true. Like, I wish I had a jump counter active, but the problem with that is I would have to manually enter it every single time. But part of me wouldn't mind after this playthrough is finished actually rewatching it all back and counting as I watch it how many times I had Lara jump. Like, at this point, she's probably jumped 100 times already, at least.
I asked my wife why she hadn't wanted to drive her new car around for the first 90 days. She said it was part of the finance agreement. 0% interest for the first 3 months.
It's a very, very clever joke. I like it. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression, Dr. Darling. Thank you. That's the perfect example of being stuck in a situation where I can't have Lara step backwards or roll, which I would normally have used in that situation where the bat was too close to Lara for me to be able to get a shot off on it. And so I just took the L there because the only other way to get out of it would have been to work out what jumps I needed to do, and I figured it would be quicker just to die. That's just an example of how a challenge like this can restrict you in ways that you might not think of straight away. Oops. Paul Love, yeah, I believe it was the third Tomb Raider game where you actually thought something was wrong with the game because it wouldn't throw a switch. It was maddening sometimes. Oh, it can be frustrating. You keep trying and trying, and you think to yourself, what is the exact thing that the game wants you to do that you think is like a big mystery? Because it's like, where is the indication? Like, what's the thing that lets me know it's possible? I don't blame you for hating these bats either. The ones in later games are really annoying because they follow a very different movement pattern, and they also take more shots, even with the dual pistol. Alright, so I've got a dilemma here I'm trying to solve. I need to get Lara to this lever, but I can't have Lara just step off an edge and grab and then hang, which normally I would do, because I could just go from here and then not even do a drop and hang. I could just have Lara walk off the edge there and land there. But for this playthrough, I'm not allowed to. So I've got to figure out a way to get Lara to that switch within the rules. This ledge over here is way too far away for Lara to make a standing jump and grab, let alone a standing jump on its own. The alternative would be to get Lara here to then jump over to here, because that might at least be doable in terms of like making Lara do a jump, then grab and hang. So what I'm going to try and do is manipulate the distance that I have Lara from where I need her to go versus this block that she's now actually on top of. Because trying to do this, she hits her head, of course, and the other way is the wall redirects her direction and makes her go off that way. Maybe if I do a backwards version of it? No, Lara keeps on getting put back onto the top of this block. And I can't have Lara do the trick where by increments she will move forward and then have her fall off the block, because this ledge above her is actually getting in the way of that. Paul, love, you think that's why you do auto aim now? Because it's so nice after the old Tomb Raider games. Oh hell yeah! It's definitely a great alternative as well. With Red Dead Redemption, for example, like I need auto aim for those games as well, where it's like, because I've done a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 1, I should say, because Red Dead 1 is technically Red Dead Revolver, even though it's not Red Dead Redemption 1. But in Red Dead Redemption 1, I did a playthrough one time on hardcore mode, which by default gets rid of auto aim, so you have to do manual aim all the time. Aha, I think I found a solution. It's by positioning Lara so that she's far away enough to land on the ledge, but not too far to actually go beyond it and angle her. There we go. See, that's a good example of problem solving within a challenge rule set. So in order to get Lara to actually be there, I had to position her this far away and angle her and then manipulate her direction through the air as she goes through the air to actually veer to the right, to then kind of do a bit of a diagonal jump past that little corner there to make her land there. Poor love, although you miss the old ones, you don't miss how frustrating elements were. That's definitely something understandable. I know how you feel too. There's a lot of things in these older games where if you take advantage of them, it definitely makes the experience a lot smoother. Like, for example, in Tomb Raider 1 now, with the remastered version, being able to do a roll mid-air really helps a lot because it's a tactic I'm used to using in Tomb Raider 2, So it's good to be able to actually use it in Tomb Raider 1 now with the remaster. But for this challenge, though, um, even though I'm doing the remastered version in the old graphics, I still can't take advantage of that because that's rolling in midair. The only roll that Lara can do in this playthrough I'm doing is in water, when she's underwater. Hey there, Sona. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. An excited Rod sounding today. Yeah, I've been looking forward to streaming this again with this challenge. It's really sort of like made me look forward to problem solving along the way as well. Haven't actually gotten to a point where it's been frustrating yet. And I say yet because undoubtedly there will become a time where these challenge rules I've set for this playthrough will be annoying. But what it's really doing is it's making me even more aware of small details based on the width of things, um, using certain tactics in certain ways, and all this kind of stuff. Which is something that I've found fascinating with these older games. The more I've played these older ones, the more I've wanted to experiment and figure out shortcuts and other things. And while there's a lot of stuff that I could just look up to see how it's done, I also like to just wing it and see if I can do some things that are known things, but I just haven't looked them up. because it really helps with creating a sense of discovery, even with a game that you've played before. I'm definitely no expert on these games or anything, so it doesn't matter how many times I play them, I don't get to a level where I'm perfect. And I never will. But it's one of those things where it makes you actually start to think a bit more outside the box with what might be possible. And even just test things, even if they don't actually work, but just actually testing them so you can see what the limitations might be can actually be fun too. Shit, I rolled. Instinct. My usual instinct kicked in there to have Lara roll when she lands. So I had to mark that down as a challenge rule fail. So you've heard quite a few laughs throughout the stream. Yeah, I definitely have laughed a little bit. No doubt there might be some cursing later on, depending. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, I don't constantly evaluate necessarily my reactions to everything. So there might also be some things I've reacted to that I can't remember. Poor love, it's fun in the new games. They have the option to use the 90s skin for Lara. It really, really is. It's funny too, because the graphics look a little bit paper mache when they have the character model. It's like with Resident Evil 2 Remake and being able to have the original version's polygon models. So, no, we're enjoying your night. You got yourself some vodka to relax. Oh, very nice, Sona. That's good. That's really good. I hope you have a great night. Hope you enjoy yourself. Oh, totally understandable, poor love, for sure. Couldn't understand why you were leapfrogging everywhere. It was so funny too because the calling it the leaps of faith challenge. I didn't foresee that it could also be called a leapfrog challenge as well. Because yesterday Crooked mentioned that it reminded him of leapfrog, and now you mention about leapfrog as well. Maybe that's what I should have called this playthrough. The leapfrog challenge. I mean, I could always do that retroactively. I can call it that. Yeah, and me to leaps of frogs. What I normally like to do with St. Francis Folly is I like to open all the doors to all the rooms first, and then I like to start from the top and work my way down to the bottom because the items that you collect in each room are keys, and the slots for those keys are actually on the lowest level. It means backtracking, but it also helps me make sure I'm actually keeping track of which ones I've done versus which ones I haven't. Ah, that's an example where you need to do a grab to the ledge. Otherwise, Lara will just do that. And I forgot to save again. Well, at first I thought you were testing the distance until the jumping upstairs. Oh yeah, that's totally fair though. And this really brings home the grid-based nature of these old school games and how they worked out distances and stuff. Because it's not just the distance as well of the actual ledges between one and the next. It's also when Lara jumps, how much defying of gravity do they want Lara to be able to do while jumping? So it would have been measuring that as well and playing with the distances that Lara can jump from a standing position and also from like a running position as well, and measuring out the tiles to make sure that you're allowing the player to be able to determine these things without it feeling like a random kind of event. That's right, Imita, a Lara sandwich. Oh shit! Another instinctual move I did, I made Lara step forward by walking. That's another challenge fail. Whoops. Alright, so now that we're at the very top again, I'm going to work on the rooms from the top down. What's interesting is the original Tomb Raider, when it came to naming the rooms, you have... I'll start from the bottom. You have Damocles. Well, you got Thor. Atlas and Neptune. Whereas in Anniversary, they renamed Neptune to be Poseidon instead. Poor love, there were times you're like, no way she can jump that far, and it was barely like a leap for her. Exactly. Yeah, that's the other thing, poor love, is it's very easy in this playthrough to get caught up in working out the jumps to then forget to save because I've been focused on trying to work out the jump. But just a heads up though, constantly saying save in chat is counted as backseating, even though it's obviously a helpful thing to remember. That's okay, poor love. Like, obviously, I don't mind if someone was to say in chat, oh, I hate in this game when you forget to save and you die. Like, that's okay. Dr. Darling, you wonder if there are any ceilings with spikes in this game. It's so funny. I can't actually remember off the top of my head if there are. So that should be fun when we get to those moments. Speaking of forgetting to save. Poor love, you just know you hate when you forget so much to do it. Oh, I don't blame you either. For sure. It's definitely is frustrating when that happens. Hey there, coffee. Need a saving reminder bot? Dr. Lang, that was a majestic leap of fail. Should have let it run its course. Like, cut that one short. Yeah, you can't do that in this game. Lara automatically makes her arms stop grabbing. That's something else to watch out as well, because making Lara jump on the spot and her moving forward in increments can also mean, of course, you go too far and have her go off an edge. Good call, poor love. Sounds like she has the hiccups. Sorry, Donkey Kong. Yeah, Dr. Darling. Lara was truly a pancake then. Poor love, you never knew tombs were like zoos. Yeah, who knew, right? Like, and what are these animals eating for all this time as well? It's so funny tracking how many saves I've done on this remastered version of the game. So in the first playthrough I did of the remastered version, 168 saves, and then between the end of one playthrough and the start of another, sorry, and the end of a second playthrough, 470 saves. Then it went to 652 saves at the end of my third playthrough of the remastered version. Now it's actually 741 currently on my fourth playthrough of the remastered version. Now, when I say the remastered version, that's irrespective of whether I was playing it in the remastered graphics or the old school graphics. Because with the remastered version on console, it means that I'm able to actually take advantage of the old school graphics without having to worry about my PC setup and all that kind of stuff. Not that these older games take up a lot of RAM or anything like that, but I much prefer to play my games on console than on laptop. Poor love, exactly. Apparently not each other. No, they weren't cannibalistic, were they? No, they just left each other alone. That's a good thing though, because then no Wendigos could become a thing. Hey there, Lynch Mob. How's things going? Yeah, Dr. Darling. Uh-huh. Lunch Mob, just another day of playing GTA Online, helping out friends and other players make money now that your character is rich and owns every business and property in the game. Oh, that's really cool that you can pass it on like that too, as well. In some ways, it's almost like your character is a bit of a banker as well. This is one of the things I liked about the old school Tomb Raider games was once Lara was locked onto an enemy, even if the enemy went behind cover, if you kept holding down the firing button, the camera that aims onto the enemy would still remain active, and it would follow the enemy where they were moving to, so that if they came back into Lara's line of sight, she would automatically start shooting again. As long as you kept it held down, if the animal that you were targeting ran off and went behind cover and you let go of the shoot button, then the aiming camera would lose track of where the enemy was. But it can be very handy too if you want to make sure that Lara is still in her safe spot. Now, granted, some enemies will become aware that they're being shot at and stay away from Lara's line of sight, so you have to reposition as well. But it can also be very handy to keep track of where they're running, just in case they do come out, and you're maximizing the amount of times you can shoot them in that way. Hey there, Gallanth. Welcome on in, dude. Thank you for redeeming the random Red Dead 102 quote. Much Bob, you even help on missions and stuff that nobody else has figured out, making it easier for you and others to help finish quickly and get paid while not getting wasted or falling over and over. That's really cool too, as well, that you're able to do that. That definitely makes things easier for other people too, as well, if someone already knows the ins and outs of things. All right, so I've got a Red Dead 1 quote. You never did tell me where you live. I have a small holding up in Great Plains. A farmer? Yeah, and I'm the Queen of England. And at what point during your day of hunting down outlaws do you find time to raise chickens? Only been at it 3 years or so. I guess I'm kinda new to it. You're telling me. So who's looking after this farm of yours right now? Uncle. Well, he's not really my uncle, as far as I know. Just an old dog who's as lazy as a lizard on a hot day. The kind of fella laboring under the delusion that age brings wisdom. Sounds like a perfect person to leave in charge of your entire livelihood. We go way back, and I didn't have a lot of choice. I'd be getting back there if I was you. That's what I'm trying to do, miss. That's from Red Dead Redemption 1, with John Marston, the main character, talking to Bonnie McFarlane, a character that helps John Marston recover from what happens at the start of the game. Thank you, Gallant, for redeeming that. You've actually never played Red Dead 1 or 2. You only played the online version. You also never played any Tomb Raider games. You don't know why. Oh, that's fair enough, Gallant. Yeah, Red Dead 1 and 2, they're such a great duology, and it doesn't matter if you play the second one first or not, because even though it's Red Dead Redemption 2, it's actually a prequel to Red Dead Redemption 1. But you can play it either way, and I feel like either way you play it, it adds a lot of sort of like value as well. Because if you play the prequel first, and then you play the first one, there's certain moments in the first game where, having played the second already, you can think back to what they're referring to. But if you play it the other way around, when you hear about stuff in the first game, it might make you really curious to find out what that was actually like, which the prequel is able to do. So it works really well like that. I'm going to ban that Simone account because it's actually another bot There was a time where I was getting multiple accounts with Simone in the title with random numbers after it. So I'm going to ban them. Just wanted to point that out because at first glance they might look like an actual account, but there was basically a few in a row one time. They all had the same profile picture as well. So I'm just banning them ahead of time. And Mita, you don't know if you told me before, but there was a funny moment once when you're on your stream. You basically said bye to you and closed the stream, but for some reason you could still hear my voice. He was like, "What is that coming from?" Because I closed it and also locked your phone. It was just a bug, you guess, but you were like, "I think Rod has possessed your phone." Now, when I was called Rod Zombie Gamer, even though zombies aren't, supernatural beings or anything like that, the fact that it was like a horror name in conjunction with you thinking that I possessed your phone, I know you didn't seriously think that, but it is funny to think of these things. But yeah, it's funny when that kind of stuff happens. Sometimes too, when I end my stream, I actually look at my own broadcast and it still says I'm broadcasting, even though I've ended the stream. But when I refresh my browser, it shows that I did actually end the stream, thankfully. Hey there, Extreme. Good morning to you. You're going to watch a 7-year-old cat tonight. Oh, really? So, what would that be in human years with the cat as well? Because I've never had a dog or a cat as my own pet. Like I've grown up with cats and dogs, but they weren't my pets. So I didn't really, I haven't really known what the sort of like measurement is in Meta. Yeah, lol. It happens sometimes that there is a bug or something. Yeah, it can be really deceptive though, because it makes you genuinely think, "Oh shit, did I not actually end the stream?" It would help if I actually got all the keys that I needed. That might help. Thor, that was the room I hadn't gone into yet. The Thor room. Extreme. 44 or 45. Your 18 years old cat minus 88. Damn. That's a very long time, too. Imagine if humans, if their age was measured differently. Although I have heard that we do have our actual age, but also our um, age related to how healthy we are as well, I think, too. That's a long-winded way of saying it, but I think there's a more shorter thing they call it, but or maybe that was just one of those things online where you could put in, answer questions and it would tell you what your actual like age was, not what your age was based on your birth year. Maybe I'm confusing it with that. Alright, so I'm allowed to move blocks. We need to move this block. Yeah, Dr. Darling, the thing is with this, like, even with the anniversary game, I haven't actually, I don't know what the actual trick is to get through without being struck by lightning. But it does seem like it just tracks your position. I thought maybe if I jumped at the time of one lightning strike, that by the time I landed, I'd be able to do another jump before it struck again, but as soon as I made the jump after the lightning strike started, it cancelled its animation and then a new lightning strike happened, so... Not exactly sure. Okay, so I need to push this block over here to get to where I need to go as well. Oh my god, of course that wouldn't go all the way to the wall. Extreme, she needs to lose weight, weighs 7 kilos, should gain between 5 and 6 kilos. Oh really? Yeah, that'd be another thing to have to consider as well, like what weight your animal is and keeping things to a weight that's going to be healthy for them and everything. Hey, Perma Gamer, thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome on in to you and your raiders as well. I hope everyone is doing well. How was Apex Legends? I hope you had a great stream. I'm doing what I've called a Leaps of Faith challenge, but you could also call it a leapfrog challenge because Lara isn't allowed to move by simply walking or by running. She can only move by actually jumping, whether that's jumping forward, jumping backwards, jumping sideways, or using tricks like when she jumps on the spot, she actually moves forward on her own slightly. So I'm allowed to do that. When it comes to pushing blocks, I'm allowed to do that too, as well. Basically, anytime there's something where if I don't do it, I won't be able to progress through the level, I can make an exception for it. Extreme, it's a bit of a Turkish in her. Oh, is it really? Yeah, then the other thing too, like I've not sure if I mean, maybe I have seen a cat that is Turkish or has some Turkish in them, but didn't realize. Permagaming, you got 3 games in a row, so it was a great stream. Oh hell yeah, three wins in a row. Sorry, that's really good. That's awesome. Definitely got to be happy with that. I also can't make Lara do a roll on the ground either, and she can't do just a back step. Like she can do a jump backwards in terms of like a full jump backwards, but she can't do a step backwards, which is where she basically backs up by doing a small hop backwards. So I can't have her do that move. Hey there, Tech. Welcome on in. Lara can do anything. You have to believe. Like the power of belief. How's it going, Tech? Coffee, you thought the Turkish cats were more on the wilder side like savannah cats. Not too sure myself, to be honest. I'm more of a dog person. I do like cats, though. I definitely don't feel like they're animals I'd dislike or have any sort of like negative feelings towards. But it's just that I prefer dogs. Hey there, Savannah. Welcome on in. You're Savannah too. Nice. That worked out well with the timing. Take you prefer dogs, but with animals it really comes down to their personality. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of animals have a really cool personality, and I think also it's why they can feel more like family than, a pet. Extreme, they can also swim. This is true. Savannah, yeah, cats are more independent and dogs are more loyal. That's true too. Yeah, that's definitely a good difference between them as well. What we have here is a perfect example of where an exception to letting Lara run and jump comes into play. So where I have Lara now, if I were to do a standing jump even while holding grab, and I'll save it first before I do, let's see if we can make it. The answer is clearly no. So we can't make this jump by doing a standing jump. So it means I'm allowed to actually make an exception to the rules of not being able to make Lara do a back step and not being able to run and jump, because the only way to get across here is to do so. And we need to get across here because there's a key that if we don't get, we won't be able to get through the level without. So for this part, I'm allowed to make Lara step back. So that's what a step back looks like. Normally, I'm not allowed to do that unless it's unavoidable, because progression will not be allowed if I don't allow it. So now that I've done the step back, I can have Lara do a run and jump. And the only reason she missed there is because I didn't line up properly. Cuddle your dog. Deep sigh. You. What? What ails you, my handsome freeloader? Extreme. You also searched for the personality of a cat. First wanted a couple. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. That's a good way to do it too. Research what types of cats have, or tend to have which type of personality as well. There's a show about dogs. I can't remember the name of it, where basically someone who's looking for a dog and has certain requirements that they're looking for will be matched with a dog, and the dog gets to meet them and see if they're compatible and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so Lara cannot survive a fall to the ground level. Let's see if she survives a fall to this block. No. But that's not necessarily because it's a default death. If we have a look at Lara's health, she's almost already dead. So maybe she didn't survive that jump because she didn't actually have full health. Or a lot more health. So let's test it now that she has more health this time. There we go. So it's not always a given that Lara will die from a fall. Like, obviously, there is a certain depth that once she reaches, she'll die no matter how much health she has. But for this block and where she was standing, because I didn't have enough health, it meant I couldn't cover the cost that it would cost her health to actually land. Alright, so that is that room. Now we need to make it back across the electrified area. Jake, you just want to chill with a dog that likes lounging. It's a movie night. Let's go lie down. That's definitely fair too as well. Instead of them just being like, no, I don't want to watch the movie with you. Goodbye. Alright, because of Pierre's persistence, it means that I'm going to have to use health yet again. Because he's an asshole. And he's making me use my health, even though I'm literally at a point where once I get these keys into their slots and go through this door, it'll be the end of the level, and therefore I would automatically get all my health back. But due to the nature of this challenge putting me in this predicament, it means that I can't always rely on being able to use the end of the level to conserve health. Tech, you're coining this challenge Frogger. It was in henceforth shall be. You have spoken, and so it is. Yeah, it's so funny because I thought I would call it leaps of faith because there are some leaps that Lara's taking in this challenge that are reliant on faith, because it's like, do I have faith in where I've positioned Lara first before she makes the jump so that she actually is able to survive? But yesterday, Crocodiles commented that it made him think of Leapfrog, and earlier as well, the mentioning of Leapfrog happened too, with Poor Love mentioning it. So now I'm thinking maybe I should retroactively call this challenge Leapfrog Challenge. But your choice of Frogger is definitely a really good contender as well. Savannah, did I create the challenge? Well, I don't want to say no one else has thought to do this or done it, but in terms of like the challenges I've done so far with the Tomb Raider games, I've never done anything to this extent. So I was like, oh, this would be interesting to do a playthrough of the whole game like this and see what the limitations are and all that. No tech. No, I haven't actually seen the Until Dawn movie yet. I would like to see it though, but I've been told that it's definitely very different to the games. But looking at the trailer that they released, I already sort of, surmised that. But um, I did read somewhere that there are some ties to the actual game. So, but then again, Sony actually owns Until Dawn. The original version that was done by Supermassive Games, Supermassive doesn't actually own the rights to it. Sony does. So that's why with the remake, Sony decided to not go with Supermassive again and pick Blue Moon Studios. And as a result, they also decided to get rid of Jason Graves' score for the original Until Dawn. So the remake has completely different music. Even the opening intro song, Oh Death, has been replaced in the remake, which I'm kind of not that happy about because I feel like a big part of Until Dawn is the music. And so completely replacing it. Now, granted, the composer that did the music for the remake isn't terrible or anything like that, and there's nothing against them. It's just that I feel the original game's music is so iconic for it, and it matches it so well. Um, so since Sony actually owns the rights to Until Dawn, they can obviously do what they want with it. So with the movie, I don't know if the supposed ties to the game are actually tied to the remake of Until Dawn, because there might be something in the remake that they added that's not in the original that then also correlates with the movie version of it. That might be possible too. Savannah, you got the Plat Trophy on the remake remaster. Oh, very nice, Savannah. That's cool. Congratulations on that. Because there's a heap of them, isn't there? Like for the whole sort of like. Oh, sorry, you mean Until Dawn? Is it Savannah you're talking about? Sorry, I thought you might have been talking about Tomb Raider. Sorry, I got that on the brain at the moment. Oh, Until Dawn. Oh, cool. Well, that's good that you got all the trophies because, like, I've never gotten all the trophies in the original, but based on what kind of game it is, like, I can imagine some of the trophies would be difficult. Take, you'd call the movie game inspired, not based. That's fair to say too, as well. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the game doesn't have a scenario where the characters are in a loop, and if they make different decisions, their fate changes. I mean, that's obviously how the gameplay is designed to work in the game. But narratively speaking, Until Dawn, the games are not about some kind of like supernatural time altering kind of thing that's going on. Savannah, you had to replay it 4 times. I wonder what the platinums for the original are like to get. Because with those games, I'm always looking for ways to extend how many playthroughs I can get out of them. Like the Dark Pictures games, for example, like there's heaps of different playthroughs you could do. You could do pardon me, you could do playthroughs that focus on each individual specific trophy. You could do a playthrough that is based on your own kind of, restrictions or requirements, your own kind of like quote unquote role playing, for example. Like with Until Dawn, the original game, in October last year, I did a playthrough where I basically wanted all the characters to die, but I didn't want them just to die. I wanted them to actually suffer. So this is some spoiler talk for Until Dawn, the original, but I'm assuming also the remake as well. But I'll try to be kind of like not 100% specific, just in case there's people watching who haven't played the games before. But um, in my playthrough where I wanted the characters to suffer, there's a whole sequence with Mike where he's running and there's a timer, and if he doesn't actually get to the destination he's running to in a certain amount of time, then another character's fate is sealed. Well, I made sure that on the route for Mike, he messed up every single, well, I messed up every single QTE. So it became more like a bit of a slapstick situation because he kept on hitting tree branches and falling over and all this kind of stuff. But the whole point was that the character he's trying to save, their fate is tied to how quickly you get through that specific sequence, and also which buttons you press and all that kind of stuff. So for my playthrough, where I wanted to kill all the characters, I made sure to elongate the failure of Mike in that sequence. Then there's also how there's a part where a certain character can actually do damage to themselves. That if you've played the game before, you'll know how to avoid it. But in my playthrough, I purposefully had the character do the choice that is dumb to get the outcome I wanted to go in line with wanting them to suffer. So I actually had fun doing that, getting them all killed in that playthrough. But I definitely don't want to do that every time. But I thought it's just another example of how you can come up with your own kind of role playing thing. Because in a way, I was role playing a puppet master who is vindictive against all the characters in the game and who likes to see them suffer first before they die. That was my sort of framing of my decisions for that playthrough. Take it does make sense for a movie, and the loop is us, the player, trying different combinations. That's true, yeah. I mean, that's still not something that the world of the game is actually like the universe that the characters exist in isn't functioning in that way in the game though. But definitely us as the player, we're the ones that manipulating the fate of the characters, and we can restart the chapter and all that if we feel like we get an outcome that we didn't want. Savannah, you feel like the game is more of a remaster than a remake, but that's your opinion. That's definitely fair, Savannah. Yeah, I do want to play the remake at some point, but I want to wait till it's on sale though. Tech, his sale? What? How much of a sale? Well, I'm not sure how much I would pay for the remake of Until Dawn, but I think it's $109 or something here. That's true, Savannah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes available on PS Plus. It's funny. This water looks like lime flavored cordial to me. Oh yes, Savannah, I've had that happen too. The worst is when you buy a game and it comes to PS Plus the next month or after. Oh yeah. It's just so annoying when that happens. It's like, oh, come on. Tech, how can you tell the remake apart from the original? Now, that's actually a good question. There is a difference in the hourglass logo that is used in the like on the front cover as well. Let me see. If I look on Twitch for Until Dawn, it'll come up with both versions. All right, so the and just because the category image might be a certain thing doesn't mean that the original is. Um, but if you look at the categories on Twitch when you search for Until Dawn, the one that's actually the remake or remaster has the hourglass center frame, and it's further away from the camera. It looks smaller. Whereas the original Until Dawn, the hourglass is actually on the right side of the image. So I don't know if that's how the front cover for the original and remake is outside of that, but the picture for the Twitch category of the original versus the remake is that the original has the hourglass in the center of the image and further back, and then the original has it to the right of the image and closer towards the camera. Nice one, Raid. How's it going, Raid? Lara looking a lot more polygonal than last time. Actually, yesterday we joked that the Lara from Rise of the Tomb Raider had teleported to a whole new world and lost her memory of where she came from and everything, and is in this graphics. How's things going, Raid? Tech confirmation the remake is the centered one. Yes. For the category image on Twitch, yeah, the one that's in the center is the remake. But I don't know if that extends to the actual cover of the game, for example, if you were to look in the store or something. Um, but I think too the skull of the hourglass is wider, I think, than the one in the cover for the remake. Raid, that's officially canon in the Rod Legion cinematic universe now. Nice. I like that. Tech current best price is 68.64 Australian dollar for the remake. I got you, Tech. Well, thanks for looking. Yeah, I definitely would pay less than that even. If it was $40, then that would be different. Tech, Roger, Roger, put your best men on it. No worries, dude. Raid, you know this game's like a million years old, but those textures, yikes. That's definitely fair. Yeah, we're talking earlier about like this game came out in 1996 originally, and if you were to take the graphical technology of consoles in the Xbox 360 era and you showed it to someone in 1996 and then they looked at these graphics, they'd be like, oh wow, like these graphics from this game from the future are way better. But because at the time, obviously, when this game came out, the way that these graphics were was just naturally part of how graphics were, you know. And so, from that lens, thinking about these textures and stuff, given what they had to work with at the time, and at the time, these would have been like, oh, cool, you know, this looks so realistic with the textures, they actually look like the wall. But obviously, you know, in the years since then, textures have become way more realistic, almost to a one-to-one ratio of how it actually looks to how it's presented in the game. Okay, so I'm allowed to shimmy across stuff. Tech finding details is your thing. Absolutely, Tech. Yeah, it's cool to keep an eye out for stuff like that because there may be deals from for games at other places that people might not think of because they generally might think of some other place, you know, as a go-to. Savannah, you're struggling with the controls even with the remasters. Oh, I don't blame you for sure. Like it's definitely tricky. Yeah. Where the fuck is Pierre shooting me from? Ah, behind me. That's where Pierre came from. What a piece of shit. Coffee, people were still playing Mario when these 3D games came out. It felt like sorcery. You could go anywhere. Back then, nobody cared about textures or polygons. Yeah, that's definitely the other thing too, as well. Like, as things improved, looking back at what came out before, that's when you could obviously tell very exactly what was way, way better, by comparison. Absolutely, Savannah, for sure. Oh yeah, jumping from the Sega or SNES to PS1 was mind-blowing. Just go to show, just went to show, sorry, what evolutionary steps would be taking place and how quickly it would happen too. I think we're almost at the point now where the major difference in things takes a bit longer now to actually be realized. Tech, you felt that with PS2 to PS3, going from San Andreas to GTA 4 was wild? Oh, absolutely, Tech, for sure. That as well. Like, holy shit. Raid, why is this prick shooting you? Ah, yes, Pierre. Yeah, Pierre, he was also hired by Jacqueline Natler, like Lara was, to find a piece of what's called the Scion, or the Scion, and it's split into pieces. And so she got Lara to go after one piece, and Pierre to go after another. But because she's a villain, she's essentially using Lara just to get the piece that she needs, and then she's going to kill her later. Or that's her plan. But yeah, Pierre's just a rival Tomb Raider, essentially. Raid, San Andreas equals best GTA game. It's definitely a great one. There was a massive leap between Vice City and that game, and the combat was definitely really improved a lot from what we saw in 3 and Vice City as well. And I was really happy that they finally gave you the ability to add waypoints to the map. I know in the remasters for GTA 3 and Vice City, they actually added that, but the last time I played those games, I actually played the original versions. So I had to go in GTA 3 and Vice City without being able to make waypoints on the map. Coffee, you think VR games will be the next big shift? Right now, they still feel like tech demos, but they're evolving really fast. Yeah, that's definitely fair too. Like, the level at which I would love VR to be is definitely probably like 10, 15, 20 years away. If that. Because I was sort of waiting until they were literally putting yourself in the game. Like, the way you look at whatever you're looking at right now is how things looked in the game. Like, I want that level. But it'll probably take a long time to reach that level. I think, and they've probably already fixed this, but one of the things that I remembered was sometimes it looked like the main character's arms, that all the parts of their arms weren't strongly connected to each other. So it made it look like the character's arms were noodles that were very, very sort of like flimsy. And whenever someone in the game is trying to pick up an item, it looks clumsy the way that the character in the game picks up the item based on how it's registering the actual person's hand moving and all that kind of stuff. So that's what kind of visually put me off VR games. Looking at them was like, oh, that looks so. It just breaks immersion in a way that just makes it not that sort of like desirable for me personally as well. So maybe they've fixed that now. Maybe they don't do that in those games anymore. Raid is the challenge that you can only move by jumping or something. Yeah, Raid. So I can't have Lara move forward by walking or running. I can't even have her do like, well, walking, essentially holding down one button and making her essentially step very, very, softly moving forward. I'm not allowed to do that. So they're the actual rules with the challenge. Tech 508 EST, birds are chirping. Good morning, time for you to rest. That's all good, Tech. I really hope that you get some good sleep. Thank you so much for being here, dude. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Amateur Tech's channel if you haven't before. He's doing playthroughs of games like Helldivers 2. He's also a big fan of RoboCop, and so he's also streaming games like RoboCop Rogue City, and a great streamer, so definitely recommend. And also, he's really good at finding deals for video games. And so if you're interested in finding some, different deals for various games and all that kind of stuff, Amateur Tech keeps a close eye out for things like that as well. Right, a lot of games use models that have more bones in their limbs than actual humans. That might be why that's sometimes the case. Overwatch is a good example. Oh, well, that's definitely understandable then. Like knowing that's what the restriction was, you know. But that makes sense too, which is why it makes it look like why it made it look like there was like noodle arms instead of like, regular arms. Oh, no trouble at all, Tech, for the shout out. Absolutely no worries at all. Definitely don't mind. I hope that you have a great one. Thank you for watching and chatting. This part is going to be interesting because there is a time-based element to this whole scenario, whereby Lara has to actually jump on this, which then opens these two gates, but then Lara has to go through the left gate, and then she has to pull that lever and then jump on that switch and then run through before this door closes to then get through there, essentially. So this might be where I have to create exceptions. Now, as you can tell, this gate closed way before we were even out of the other end. Yeah, so there's no way to get through this without being able to run and jump, because running and jumping allows you to get from one point to the next much faster than otherwise. Right, if you look at the pose animations of certain characters in Overwatch, their limbs bend in very strange ways. It's to make them look more flashy in a split second. Oh yeah, that definitely makes sense too. Yeah, I could see why they would do that then. Yeah, so I definitely need to make an exception for this whole part. There's no way to get the timing right before things close without running and jumping. Yep, no. Alright, so for this part here, I'm allowed to run and jump and do whatever moves I need to get the timing. See, even then I didn't get it right. There we go. Alright. So now that we've done that, I have to resume with the restrictions again. Alrighty then, so we have this ledge we need to jump to, but the problem is if I jump from this corner to there, Lara can't make the jump to land on the flat top. She'll only land on the slope and then go down. If I have Lara on this corner and make her jump, she won't make it to the top of this ledge, but will instead slide down this way. And having Lara be over this way, there's no way for her to jump with a standing jump to get to here, for example. And I don't think she'd be able to shimmy in this game up that and then down on that angle as well to then continue along there. At least not in this game. So given all of those things, it means that I'm going to have to make another exception here and allow Lara to do a run and jump. Because even if I have a slide off here, she won't actually grab on that angle. Yeah, so she won't grab on the diagonal. Alright, so I'm allowed to do a run and jump, because as I said, if I try to do a standing jump from this spot, Lara will just land on either side of these and slide down. And it's the same when she actually jumps from this spot. Oops, oh fuck, I moved her. What's more annoying about that is I was only doing that to try and show an example of how I can't make a standing jump. The irony. But yeah, there's no way Lara will make that jump from that point either. Alright, so time to make an exception. So I can have Lara step back and then do a run and jump to make this jump. Alright, so Lara can't make a standing jump to this ledge either. So this is another exception. Lara can step back and then run and jump. Alright. So when Lara is close enough to an object to interact with it, I'm allowed to press the button to interact with it and for her to do the animation where she automatically repositions herself to actually get it. Alright, so because Lara is on a ledge that is higher than this ledge, due to the fact that she'll kind of do a jump forward and then fall diagonally forward to then land on this from a standing jump. However, the other way around, as we saw, Lara can't do a standing jump from this lower platform to then even grab the ledge of this one. It's another example of how when Lara jumps through the air, there's a certain arc that she has as well, and the drop from the arc can allow her to land on a ledge like that from a standing jump, whereas the other way around is not possible. What are you doing, Lara? What is this jumping around like a frog? You're not serious? Thank you, Anmita, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Arnie's like, Lara, what is this jumping around business? What are you doing this for? You idiot. Just run. Get to the chopper. You can't jump to it. By the time you get to it, the chopper will be gone. That's all right, Anmita. There's no worries at all for forgetting the question mark. That's okay. Knew I was forgetting something. My mind was so focused on making sure I wasn't messing up the challenge rules that I forgot to get this switch. Photo mode in these old games with the remastered version is just so good because it gives a lot of possibilities, especially to if you're someone that wants to create video content using the photo mode camera, because it allows you a level of closing in on detail that might not necessarily be feasible by having Lara literally move to the spot where you want to concentrate on. Plus, it would also be good for having some kind of footage playing in the background, or just to have some, some kind of footage that is moving and showing stuff while you're actually talking about stuff if you're doing something like that. Doing that comes in handy because when you're having Lara facing forward and just doing standing jumps, you can either have the jump button held down and then, with the right timing, press the forward on the D-pad to make Lara move forward. And then you can let go of those buttons each time and do each jump that way. But if you hold down the jump button and then keep the timing of the D-pad up press at the right timing, Lara will just keep on doing jumps forward in a quicker way. However, doing so can potentially fuck you up because you might accidentally press up on the D-pad after Lara has already landed after one jump, which would then make her actually move forward without jumping. And so a way to get around that is to have Lara face so that her side is to you, and then have her do side jumps instead, because if you get the timing of the press for the left or right D-pad wrong, Lara's not going to automatically strafe left or right. Because to do that, you have to hold down the walk button and then press the left or right D-pad, and then Lara will do a strafing left and right. So it just means that I can hold down the jump button and the left or right D-pad the whole way through without fear of accidentally fucking up the challenge rule. So that's why you might see me do this sometimes. I can just keep the right D-pad held and the jump button held the whole way without accidentally making Lara move. Whereas the other way around, it's a lot easier to accidentally press forward once she lands. Yeah, and Mita, so still very early, my time. Been streaming for about 3 hours or so. I think I did the first few levels in Peru in about 3 hours time. Granted, that also includes, catching up with chat as well as explaining my challenge rules, as well as testing over and over again to see if I'll make a jump and all that kind of stuff. But that was pretty good. I was happy to get that done because I don't always nowadays like to stream until like 1, 2, 3 a.m. in morning my time, but I didn't mind yesterday finishing my stream at 1 a.m. because I got the first few levels done. Especially because before that I'd already done a 5-hour stream of Rise of the Tomb Raider. Oh, I forgot the lever again. Jesus Christ. In Mita, there it's 11:43 a.m. Oh, nice. So still very early for you as well. As you can see, Pierre actually teleports, which is why he can randomly just appear behind Lara and start shooting. Alright, just like last time, this part here, in order to get Lara to jump to the top of this without hitting either slopes on either side, have to do a run and jump. Even if I have Lara at this corner of this ledge, and do a standing jump, she'll still slide down. And even if I get Lara to this corner of this ledge and do a jump, she'll slide down this way. Let's get her into a better position so I can do a run and jump. And just to show that she won't make it doing a standing jump, she'll always hit that slope. So I can have Lara step back and then do a run and jump for this part. This part here, there's no way for Lara to make this jump by just doing a standing jump. That's as high as she can jump in the air before grabbing. And so it's not enough height and distance for her to actually make the jump doing a standing one. So this is another exception where I can have her step back and then do a run and jump. I landed on the crocodile, which killed me. Nice. There we go. That's the end of the Colosseum level. Alright, so let's see how I'm tracking. So that was level 6. In the Greece levels, there's actually 5. Then you've got 3 in Egypt, and then 3 in Atlantis. So I've got 9 levels left, and it's about 8 p.m. my time, and about 3 hours and 24 minutes into the stream. So if I can finish all 5 levels in Greece in this stream, then that will be good, because then on Saturday next week, I'll be able to do the Egypt levels, and hey, potentially might be able to finish the game next Saturday. Because when I started the playthrough yesterday, it was after a 5-hour stream of Rise of the Tomb Raider, and it was about 10 p.m. my time when I started this playthrough, and finished the first 4 levels in Peru. So next Saturday, I'll definitely have more time than I did last Saturday, which was yesterday for me, to get more levels done. So potentially, I could be finishing this playthrough next Saturday. But for today's stream, if I can get through the 5 levels in Greece, that'll work out really well. Usually I'd use the trick where if you have Lara in a certain spot and angle her correctly against a wall, if there's a flat top, you can do some tricks to actually teleport her to the top. But I'm disallowing myself from using that glitch in this playthrough. It leads to one of the blocks that you need to turn to gold. So yeah, usually to take a shortcut to get there, I just do the glitch trick to teleport Lara to the top of this ledge. It bypasses having to go around the actual way they wanted you to do it. But for this playthrough, I'll need to go around this way. Except, of course, the opposite direction to which I'm moving the camera. Hey now, bro. You waiting for the nurse to come give you something to help you sleep before surgery in the morning? Just wanted to say hi. Thank you so much for popping in to say hello. Muchly appreciated. I really hope that everything goes well. So, what time is it there for you, and when do you have the surgery? What I might do for this challenge is I'm going to change the name of it because I was thinking instead of calling it Leaps of Faith Challenge, I'm going to rename it to Leapfrog Challenge instead. So I'll just make those changes now while I think about it. And then later on, I'll change my YouTube thumbnail for part one of this playthrough on YouTube to reflect the name change. I can still keep the command for leap, but I'll just make it leap instead of leaps. Delete my pinned message that I had at the start of the playthrough. Unpin this message and then go leap, oh no, leapfrog. There we go. Leapfrog challenge, that is better. Hey there, Wicked Mr. E, or some bunny jump pun also would work. That's true. Yeah, that could definitely fit as well. Oh, okay, nah, bro. So yeah, so roughly 10-ish tomorrow. Cool. Yeah. Well, I hope that that really goes well, and also that you get some really good sleep too, because that will definitely, help and go a long way. How long is the surgery? Did they say it's going to be like a quick surgery, or do they need to put you under or anything? Or I'll change the challenge name in the stream title as well. So it'll be Leapfrog Challenge instead of Leaps of Fail. There we go. It changed the category on me for some reason. I really wish Twitch would bring back the 1996 Tomb Raider category, because it can default sometimes to the 2013 Tomb Raider game, because that game is also just called Tomb Raider. Okay, so my Stream Elements message that automatically appears in chat should now say Leapfrog Challenge instead of Leaps of Faith. And I've updated the command as well, so it's just leap. There you go, Leapfrog Challenge. Now, bro, they'll put you under, but depending on how much build-up is in the lung, it's 1 to 2 hours tops. That's totally understandable too, as well. Yeah, so hopefully, it'll be short. But obviously, if they need it to be longer, and it's going to be the difference between a successful surgery and not, then that's definitely good too, as well. But thank you so much for stopping in, especially, being in hospital and everything like that. This challenge is funny because when I came up with it, I was sort of thinking about what kind of restrictions to actually put on it. And it's so funny when you're actually getting into the nitty gritty of certain situations where it makes you do some puzzle solving and stuff. Either way, you're getting some sleep. Hell yeah, dude, absolutely. Yeah, that definitely goes a long way. Like, getting some really good sleep, especially before something major, the next day, can definitely be helpful. Nah, bro, you barely slept the last couple of weeks. Almost impossible to when in hospital. Something's always happening. Saw somebody get arrested the other day while you were waiting for an X-ray. Oh, really? Damn. That'd be true too, as well. Like, there'd always be, some kind of noise happening as well. So if you can get some sleep, it would definitely be like whatever you can get in some ways, unfortunately. Not being able to sort of like get a really long, deep sleep without interruptions and stuff. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you as well. Welcome. How is the leapfrog challenge going? It's going good. There was crocodiles yesterday who envisioned Lara looking like a leaping frog. And then there was also a mention in this stream of a leaping frog. So a few moments ago, I decided to actually change the name. So later on, what I'll do for my YouTube thumbnail for part one is I'll just change it so that it actually says leapfrog instead of leaps of faith. And it was funny, Lucinda, as well. At the start of the stream, when I introduced the stream, I was like, welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider doing the Leaps of Fail challenge. There's been a few spots I've had to make exceptions. There was even one spot where there was a timed component, and there wasn't enough time to get it done by just simply doing jumps, standing jumps. So I had to make an exception to allow like running and all that kind of stuff. And there's been some jumps too that we can't make the distance without running and jumping, so made exceptions for those two. But yeah, overall it's been going well. I think it's about 8 times that I've messed up the challenge rules. And this is now level 7. And in total, with this game, there's 15 levels. So if I can get the 5 levels in Greece done today, and I've already done 2 out of the 5, then that'll actually work out well for next week, because then I can potentially finish the next 6 levels after this one in one stream. But how's things been going with you, Lucinda? I hope you're having a good one. Nah, bro, yeah, if it's not the noise, it's nurses coming in for whatever reason. Yeah, that's true too, as well. Like, you'd have the constant moving around of nurses and other people that are sort of like probably being admitted, as well to the hospital and all that kind of stuff too. Lucinda, oh, nice. Well, it's understandable considering you say it a lot. This is very, very true. Get so used to just saying that when someone redeems it in an Assassin's Creed stream. Hey there, Octavius. How's things going for you today? Happy new month from Greece and happy summer. You used to celebrate every first day of the month. Oh, that's a pretty cool tradition then, Octavius. That's cool. Happy new start of the month to you as well. I hope that it's a great day for you. Yeah, Octavius, so this is the remaster version. So just here's the remastered graphics. But when I do my annual playthroughs of the earlier games, I like to switch them back to the old graphics. Lucinda, it's been a busy weekend. You went to visit a co-worker for their retirement on Friday afternoon, streamed Friday evening. Yesterday worked and watched streams for 5 hours, then went to Necro's blue belt test. He passed? Oh, that's cool, Lucinda. That's great. That's awesome that he passed it. Then he and your friends went, and our friends went for a celebratory lunch and dinner afterward. Then Necro streamed, and you played Resident Evil 5 and 6 with him. Then you woke up at 4:30 a.m., not able to get back to sleep. Oh, damn, Lucinda. Yeah, that's the other thing too, and being so busy, and that's a lot of time doing various things, and also being sociable as well, which can definitely have an effect on things like how tired you might be later and all that kind of stuff. So that's a real shame that that ended up happening. I hope that otherwise you had a good time, but at the same time too, like waking up at 4:30 a.m. and not getting back to sleep is definitely a big thing. Coffee must be a new tradition. Alexius did mention about it. Yeah, come on, Ubisoft Quebec, what are you doing? Why didn't you mention this? Octavius, if it's a remastered, many reconsider and change the game you're playing on Twitch to Tomb Raider Remastered, maybe. Well, that's the unfortunate thing, Octavius. Like, when I'm thinking of what category to put it in, they don't have a category anymore for the 1996 original version of it. And I could put retro as the category if I wanted to as well. But then there's also the 2013 Tomb Raider game, which on Twitch is just called, well, it's just called Tomb Raider. So the category on Twitch for putting in just Tomb Raider brings up either the 2013 game or the Tomb Raider 1 game as the 2020, what was it, 2020, yeah, 2024 version as well. So yeah, it's just one of those things where I just had to make a decision, and yeah, it's one of those things where if I put it as the remastered version, then it's understandable if people think it's the remastered version, but that's why I put Tomb Raider 1996 in the title. So it's just very tricky as well. So I'll just keep it the way it is. Listen, do you have weekly chores to do today and a long stream? You're going to be super tired tonight. You feel like you didn't really get a weekend. That's definitely understandable too, as well, for sure. Oh, yeah. And plus, getting those chores out of the way will definitely be good too. Nah, bro, can't wait to go home and turn off your phone so other people haven't seen your dog in almost 3 weeks. That'd be rough too, as well, dude, for sure. Not being able to just, leave the hospital and go as well. Thank you, Octavius, for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed quote. Yeah, Octavius, I wish they just kept the 1996 tag category on Twitch. But the reason I don't switch to the remastered graphics is because traditionally, when I do my annual playthroughs of Tomb Raider 1, 2, 3, Last Revelation, and Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness, it's the old versions. And it's more convenient for me to play the remastered versions but change the graphics to the original graphics on console. Alright, so I've got an Assassin's Creed quote. Altair, wonderful to see you return to us. And how fared the mission? The deed is done. Talal is dead. Oh, I know. I know. In fact, the entire city knows. Have you forgotten the meaning of subtlety? A skilled assassin ensures his work is noticed by the many. No, a skilled assassin maintains control of his environment. We can argue the details all you'd like, Malik, but the fact remains I've accomplished the task set to me by Al-Mualim. Go then, return to the old man. Let us see with whom he sides. You and I on the same side, Malik. That's from Assassin's Creed 1. That's after you assassinate Talal. And the fact that the bells ring after you do an assassination is an automatic thing. You can't prevent it from happening. So I think it's funny that Malik actually makes note of the fact that the bells are ringing. So it's not only a video game mechanic, it's just something that naturally happens. So, you know, that's from Assassin's Creed 1. Thank you for redeeming that, Octavius. Fun fact: Tomb Raider 3 was your very, very first game on CD on PlayStation 1. Oh, nice. That's really, really cool. Yeah, my first one was Last Revelation on the PS1. Now, bro, alright, you're going to try to clock off. Have a good rest of the stream. Catch you later. Thank you so much for being here now, bro. I really hope that you get some really good sleep so that you can have a really good start to tomorrow, especially for your surgery. And definitely best wishes for your surgery too. I hope that it all goes well and that you're able to recover really well too. Yeah, that is a great quote as well, Octavius, from Assassin's Creed, that Al Mualim uses as well. That's all good, Octavius. No trouble at all. Hey there, Senny. Howdy, Senny. How goes the leapfrog challenge? It's going really, really good, thanks, dude. I decided to change the name of it to that. But yeah, it's going really good. We're up to level 7 out of 15, and this is the third level in Greece. There's 5 in Greece in total, so if I can get all 5 done in this stream, that'll be really good. But yeah, it's going really good. How about yourself, dude? Crooker, glad to hear. Lol, that's nice you changed the name. Your day's going good, had a nice sleep in and gonna go out for some food later? Oh, hell yeah, dude, that's excellent. Glad to hear that you're having a good one. That's awesome that you got some nice sleep too, as well, especially a sleep in. I hope that you enjoyed the food that you're gonna have later on. And yeah, I thought it'd be cool to change it, and it probably is a bit more catchy and snappy as well. Plus, it's less words. Oh shit, I made Lara run. Crooked, and it's a funny image. Now we just need a mod that replaces parts of Lara with a frog lol. That would be awesome. Alright, so it looks like I'm not able to actually make this with a standing jump. Alright, now to actually suss out a different approach. Which is not gonna work, I imagine. But we'll still test it nonetheless. Hey there, Schiller. Welcome on in, dude. It's going pretty good. So far, I've failed the challenge rules 9 times, up to level 7 now, out of 15. And this is the third grease level. There's 5 grease levels in total, so I'm hoping in this stream to finish the 5, and then that'll leave me the 6 left to potentially do in one stream next Saturday. Right now, just trying to sort of suss out if there's any way I can get to where I need to go without making an exception. But it's looking more and more like I'm going to have to. But it's going pretty good though, dude. I haven't really gotten frustrated or annoyed with the challenge yet, but it's going good. How about yourself? Hey there, Biko. How's things? Indeed, yep, playing the classics again. This is the remastered version, but I've got the old school graphics selected because it's tradition when I do my annual playthroughs to play the original version, so... Okay, so Lara can't make that, of course. Or that one. Can't reach that one. Can't reach that one from the ground level. And we can't make that jump. With a standing jump, Lara doesn't have as much leeway changing her direction mid-air as she does when you do a run and jump. So I can't quite get Lara to turn enough from a standing jump to be facing more directly the edge that I need to jump to. Whereas with a running jump, I'd be able to. I guess the logic is that there's more room for Lara to move through the air if she's doing a run and jump, and that she would have more momentum from a running jump. Therefore, more possibility for her to veer left or right during the flight to be able to change which direction she's facing mid-air. Alright, so we have to make an exception. So I'm going to get Lara to this one. And then do a run and jump. It's the only way I'll be able to get to the next one. Just need Lara on the actual right angle of it. There we go. Sheila, you're good too. The party in front of your house comes to an end, so this night should be quiet again, and tomorrow everything is back to normal. Well, that would be a relief, dude. Like, that's crazy that it's been going on for that many days in a row as well. So I definitely don't blame you if you're more than sick of it by now. That's good that it'll be finishing. Biko, yeah, good, thanks. But Papa's going back to mom's now. She lives at her mom's. Oh, that's fair enough, Biko. Be understandable too to be, a little sad at that as well. But the good thing is, of course, in the future you'll be able to have the pup again as well. But yeah, that's definitely understandable, because how many, was it a couple of weeks? Hey there, Drake. Welcome on in. Take a shot every time Lara jumps with Rod. Oh, man. Like, if I was doing that, this stream would be just this screen. The rest of the stream. Without me saying anything at all. Because I'd be blind drunk and passed out. You finally got S Plus on Pro mode. You got the unlimited ammo for all the weapons. Oh, GG's, dude, on getting that done for Resident Evil 4 Remake. That's cool. Definitely got to be happy with that. Because it was 3 weeks, was it? Oh, damn. That seemed to go quick too, as well, which is a shame when that happens. It's always good when you're enjoying something for time to slow down, or feel like it's slower. I'll make a save here again, but I'll just show again that I can't get Lara to jump to this ledge with just a standing jump. So I'm going to make an exception where I can actually have Lara step back from the edge of a ledge and then run and jump. And I'm definitely going to have to make that same exception for this jump. There's no way I can have Lara do a standing jump, I don't think, from even the edge. But we'll test it, just to be sure. Oh shit, I didn't want Lara to jump forward. Sometimes it can be tricky to judge the actual edge. This time I'll save it. There we go. There you go, all those cuddles in bed, under the covers. Well, hopefully it won't be too long, and you're looking after the doggo again. Listen, you could not imagine me drunk. The funny thing is, I talk even more when I'm drunk. Okay, just to show, there's no way that Lara's going to make that with a standing jump. That's essentially the arc I had to work with. So I'm allowed to have Lara do a step back to get the right distance to allow for a run and jump. However, I could make that jump with a standing jump, so that was good. Drake, you get cat ears, which means unlimited rounds, but you have to reload. I like that logic with the cat ears. That's cool. Requirement is 15 saves and finished under 5 hours and 30 minutes. You finished at 5 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, nice. That's really good too. That you had to have that time constraint as well and get it done under that. That's cool. Sheila, if Rod is drunk, he reveals the fourth impersonation besides Arnie, Bane, and Gollum. Listen to a combination of all three of them plus his own natural voice. Oh, damn. Like, how difficult would that be?
What's taters, precious?
I can't. I don't know what the fuck that was. Yeah, Sheila, I don't have a command for that, unfortunately. But what I do have, a beer-related command, though, is beers. Yeah, listen, I don't know what the fuck that was. What impression that was. Thank you, Sheila. So this is another jump I can't make simply from doing a standing jump. However, I want to test to see if I can actually make the jump to here, though. Because this is actually this edge of this ledge is actually closer to Lara than what this one is. Okay, so Lara won't make that from jumping on the angle, and I doubt I'll be able to get her to turn in midair enough to jump. No. All right. Okay. So we need to make an exception for jumping to that ledge there. So Lara's allowed to step back and do a run and jump for this part. There we go. A little bit of a musical interlude to break up the leapfrogging. Drake, funny thing though, the first time you played Resident Evil 4 Remake, you played Mercenaries first and got the hand cannon. It was the best Magnum in OG Resident Evil 4, but second worst in Remake. That's strange that they would make it like that in the remake as well. That's actually a mode I haven't played in any other Resident Evil game except for Resident Evil 3 with the Mercenaries mode. Thank you, Sheila, for clipping that moment. Muchly appreciated. Thank you for posting that in the Discord as well. I'll just grab a link for the Discord and also for that clip that you made. Thank you so much, Sheila. There's a link to my Discord, and I'll just grab the link to the clip. Nice one. New Redeem. I need to hear this back for myself as well. What status, precious? Is kind of what it sounded like. Thank you so much, Sheila, for clipping that. Hey, Mr. Epic, welcome. Man, you really like torturing yourself with these challenges. I know, right? What would make this challenge even more difficult is to make it so that I couldn't save the game at all. Like, imagine that. Like, that'd be just so fucking annoying. But I definitely wouldn't do that with this challenge, that's for sure. How's things, Mr. Epic? Welcome on in. Drake, Killer 7 is the best Magnum in Resident Evil 4 Remake. Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't played the remake more than once, but I definitely would like to play it again because it's been a while now. It was actually when it first came out. And when I streamed it and played it for the first time, it was the first PlayStation 5 game that I actually played and streamed. I mean, yeah, Keone, it was a nice clip. It was really, really cool that Sheila clipped that moment. Yeah, I didn't know what the fuck that was. I was trying to do a Golem and a Bane at the same time, but I think I also tried to do an Arnie impression as well at the same time too, and that sort of like got completely drowned. Great to hear that you're going good, Mr. Epic. That's really good, dude. As for me, I'm going good. So far in this challenge, I've failed 9 times. But it's been fun though, actually. Like it might seem like it's not that fun because it's very meticulous, but at the same time, it's quite fun to try and work out when I hit a snag whether or not I need to make an exception. And it sort of gives me an opportunity to also go into photo mode and show the distances between where Lara is and where she needs to get to, and show an example of why the jump can't be made by simply doing a standing jump and all that kind of stuff. So for that door, I always forget whether the Y symbol is up or down with the switch. So the Y symbol is actually down. So for that door, I needed to have the first one down and then all the rest up. This part with the flame is going to be fun with this challenge rule set, especially because there's burning hazards. Mr. Epic, you heard the new Doom game didn't sell that well, which is a bummer. The game looks really good. You heard it's maybe because it's really short but still expensive. That's what they can expect when you make games $80 or euros. People will probably wait for a sale. You're doing the same for AC Shadows. You'll buy it for like 10 euros. Oh yeah, that's definitely understandable. Also, you got Game Pass as well, which definitely factors in also. But it like I haven't seen the whole game all the way through, but it seemed like it was less gory, at least in the early stages, than what the previous Doom games were. So I wonder if that is something that is consistent throughout the rest of the game or not as well. But that's definitely fair too to just wait for a sale. It's a good idea. Hey there, Nick. Welcome on in. Keone, Eternal is the superior game. I still am yet to actually play that one, so it'll be interesting to see what I think about it. Because I really like the 2016 game, so be interesting to see what the follow-up to that one was like. Great time to pop in, Nick. Wait, you got a sub, Cody? Wed? Congratulations on getting the gift sub, Nick. That's really awesome that you did. Thanks again for Cody giving you the gift sub. That's awesome. Keone, $80 for mid is wild. Yeah, Sheila, you truly believe that the price of Doom is just so high to sell more Game Passes? That's definitely a fair, yeah. It's like with the pricing structure for Star Wars Outlaws and all that kind of stuff, where it's sort of like they incentivize doing the Ubisoft Plus approach because even though it's less money up front, they're hoping that you'll want to either buy the product once the time you've used the Ubisoft Plus is over, or they just think you might buy other games maybe. Mr. Epic, yeah, they removed the glory kills. Those were awesome. You don't know why they did that. Yeah, that's very weird, because it's like it's very visceral and it's very, very in line with, Doom as well. You know, like if you expect Doom to be a game about someone going around handing flowers out to people, I think, that's definitely not what Doom is. So you should expect some level of gratuitous violence and gore and everything in something like that. such a great piece of music, Lucinda. I love it. Mr. Epic, yeah, doesn't want to see Doom Guy pulling out a demon leg and using it to stab the demon in the face. I know, right? Like, this is, like, in real life, I'm not a very violent person. So it might seem ironic that a lot of the games I play involve characters, inflicting violence upon other people or having violence inflicted upon them. But there's a difference between real life and movies and video games, so having a movie or a video game where that happens, I'm not against that as long as it has the right rating on it so that people who aren't actually the age that the game is actually directed at, as long as the rating actually reflects that it's not for them, and all that kind of stuff. It's, a video game as well at the end of the day, regardless of how realistic graphics get. You still need to actually, control a character within a programmed environment. And so having a character like Doom Guy go around and destroy demons, shoot their limbs off, and do all that kind of stuff, it's just an expected part of what Doom is, Mr. Epic, now you just see him punch and kick, which doesn't connect most of the time. So you see him punch the air near the demon. And then the other demons are like, how did our friend get killed? And the other one's like, must have been the wind. It's like, yes, the wind from the fist. Hey there, Ogorki. How's things going? Beako, I bet you impersonated action as a kid, though, when you played a game, lol. You still do act out Elder Scrolls Online. Oh, yeah, Beako, absolutely. Like... But from a young age, I still knew that what I was actually playing was, a fictional thing as well. But I would never go around, attacking people with sticks or something. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be like running around in the backyard, pretending and all that kind of stuff with invisible, enemies and stuff. Like, I remember as a kid, because I played Prince of Persia, the Super Nintendo version, when I was 10. So I'd go out in the backyard, and we had those fences where there was like a bit of plank coming off the fence that you could actually, hang off the fence with and pretend was a ledge. So I used to do that stuff where it was like having to shimmy across a ledge and all that kind of stuff. And doing like, running and jumping on the ground, pretending that there was a chasm I was jumping over when there wasn't, things like that. But it was never, oh my god, this is really happening kind of thing, Keanu, we need more games like Outlast 2. Oh yeah, Outlast 2, like holy shit. There's a lot of confronting stuff in that game. Like, holy shit. Nick, yeah, it's like having Lara Croft stop tomb raiding and going to a 9 to 5 job worrying about wages. Exactly, Nick, Makes me think of the new Indiana Jones movie. It's like him and his wife Marion, they're having problems, like their child is dead and all this kind of stuff. It's like, it takes the escapist adventurist kind of, feel that the earlier movies had. It just completely goes, it's I don't know. There's just something about that is just not very conducive to an action adventure story. You know what I mean? Like, especially Indiana Jones. Like, if you're coming up with your own new character and you're doing some kind of like, very serious relationship drama, that's one thing, But Indiana Jones with all that kind of stuff, it's supposed to be more check your brain at the door in a way, kind of action adventure. You know what I mean? So bogging it down with, real world things in that sense, Mr. Epic, yeah, gore is awesome. That's true, yeah. I mean, I don't like to see it in real life, but in video games and movies, it's different. The only more controversy, the better the game is. I mean, that can work to an extent, but there's also elements of a game that, regardless of whether or not it's gory, it might just not be fun and it might not function properly. Going okay, Ogorki? That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. Coffee, according to a recent search, people want to explore but can't. They prefer open world games. Just saying. That's true as well. Oh, yeah. And like, what better way to visit different parts of the world if you can't actually go physically by, watching a movie or playing a game? Kieran, what's the hardest NES game you played? Probably Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2, I'd probably have to say. Um, then there was the underwater swimming disarming bombs level in TMNT, which was pretty difficult. Because, yeah, lol, still cast spells and say things in Elvish lore. You're such a big kid. As long as they don't actually work, like the words, you don't accidentally say a magic word that does something bad. Nick, you remember when you were watching Ghost Rider when you were down with fever, so your skin feels like it's burning, so you stood up and said, I'm gonna become a Ghost Rider soon, and asked where your bicycle was? That's cool, Nick. It's a cool memory to have. Coffee, maybe you have an MMA fighter within you. That might be possible too, as well. I mean, growing up too, I also watched a lot of martial arts movies like Bloodsport with Van Damme and, Double Impact with Van Damme as well, and all that kind of stuff too. So there's also that as well. Biko is Argonian for friend. Biko Gel is Argonian for stranger or outsider. Argonians are the incredible lizard humanoids and are your all-time favorite race, same as the Dark Elves, the Dunmer. Well, that's cool, Biko. I didn't actually realize. So that's where you got your username Biko from. That's really cool. Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's time for you to go run your errands. You've got to jump right into your stuff you've got to do today afterwards, so I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Totally understand, Lucinda, for sure. I really hope that that all goes well. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Would highly like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda's doing a Resident Evil marathon, currently going through Resident Evil 6. We'll also be doing Resident Evil 7, as well as Village as well. Also, we'll be incorporating the Shadows of Rose DLC into the Village playthrough as well. Also a big fan of Dishonored, as well as Dead Island and Dying Light. Also has some really cool raccoon-themed emotes as well. So definitely recommend checking out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. And Lucinda, as always, it's a pleasure to give you a shout out. Absolutely no worries at all. And I hope that you have a great start to your stream as well. Mr. Epic, you're playing as a mage in a fantasy game. It's your favorite class. Can't do that in real life, though. That is so true as well. Oh, yeah. That's definitely understandable. Biko, if you ever call me a noir, it's idiot in Dark Elvish, is it? Alright, so I'm allowed to shimmy along edges. Damn it, fell in the water. Alright, so the sideways jump can't be done. Hey there, Stardust. Welcome on in. Stardust, someone called me an idiot in the elf tongue. They didn't, no. No, Biko was just pointing out that that's what that means in Dark Elvish language. Oh, they're actually rats, Stardust, that are in the water there. Kieran, speaking of TMNT, the beat-em-ups are really fun. Oh yeah, I remember the first one of those I played was the NES version of the arcade game. But Turtles in Time, that's the one I like the most. Exactly, Stardust. Speaking of leapfrog, originally I called the challenge Leaps of Faith. That's right, Nick. Yeah, you can use med packs in midair. Yeah, it's really cool that you can do that. Hey there, Scar. How's things going? Welcome on in. Damn it, went too far again. The tricky thing is, because I'm taking damage from the fire all the time, I'm making Lara incrementally jump forward. It means that it makes it tricky. Because even if I wanted to create saves as I went along, I could potentially save at the wrong moment. Even if I make the flames stop, they don't stop permanently. Oh. Alright, I already know that there's going to be an exception that has to be made here. There's no way that I can get Lara to actually do a standing jump from this ledge that she's going to be standing on to the next one. So I'm going to make this one an exception and can do a running jump.
Jump around. Jump around. Jump up to get down.
Thank you, Mr. Epic, for redeeming those lyrics as a Bane impression. Thank you very, very much. I recall the song, but I don't remember the name of it though. Doing well, thanks, Scar. Things are going good. I'm currently up to level, what did I say earlier? Level 6, I think. Yeah, level 6 out of 15. Stardust, that rat sure likes him. It really does. Yeah, they're annoying. They can be annoying. Scar Rogers barbecued that rat, so Lara will have a snack. Ugh, I definitely wouldn't want to try that, that's for sure. How's things, Scar? Welcome on in. Stardust, all that leapfrog to just get in the water, lol. Yeah, I had to pick up, there's an item that you need to turn to gold, which is this lead bar. There's three of them. I think there's three of them. Yeah, three of them. And you put them on this statue of a hand that turns it to gold. If you stand on it, you'll get turned to gold as well and die. But yeah, you got to turn these lead bars into gold. So we grabbed one of these lead bars, and then because I'm allowed to swim in this challenge, I just jumped in the water to make it quicker to get back across. You neither, Mr. Epic. That's definitely fair enough. Yeah, yeah, definitely remember the song itself, but just can't remember the name of it. Nick, lead to gold? What, the alchemy? Exactly. Yeah, imagine having a machine that could actually do that. Yes, Golden Lara. In Tomb Raider Anniversary, which is a remake of this, when Lara turns to gold, you can actually unlock a character model of Gold Lara. But of course, in that instance, she can run around and jump and shoot and all that kind of stuff. So does you think a Gold Lara would sell for more than the gold bar? I think that would. Like if someone had a life-size Lara that was made out of gold, I think that would cost a lot. Had a feeling there was an ape somewhere. Could hear it, but just couldn't see it. Scar, how did Lara end her career? Well, she turned herself into the gold statue. Stardust, the ape can't climb, can he? Absolutely can. That's right. Yeah, if there's like things at the right height for it to reach, it definitely can. Mr. Epic is still waiting for a real life replicator from Star Trek. Imagine having that; it would solve world hunger. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Being able to create copy upon copy of something, that'd be really, really cool. Stardust, I mean, I would say you could make something copy or grow things, just as long as it doesn't continue to grow, and hopefully still safe to eat. That is so true as well. Like, yeah, I often think about things like, what if teleportation technology becomes a thing, and they teleport food with it? I wouldn't want to be eating the first few versions of food that come through the teleportation device, that's for sure. Mr. Big make things like food for things like weapons from microscopic particles. Could you imagine that? Stardust, is that safe? Mr. Epic, according to Star Trek, yes. How do you think Jean-Luc Picard gets his Earl Grey tea hot? Okay, so I'm allowed to push and pull blocks. Stardust, how did the gorilla get in the temple? That is a really, really good question, as well as how the hell did they survive without eating anything? Because it's not like, well, I mean, there is an area where we can see shrubberies and all that kind of stuff. So maybe, potentially, they were able to adapt to eating just that, but also, like, I guess they could drink the water maybe too? Mr. Epic, well, if it does exist, they should lock the feature to make guns because we all know how that will pan out. Yeah, that is very true. There's definitely things where it's like, yeah, they wouldn't want that to be just willy-nilly kind of thing. Alright, so I'm going to have to make an exception here because I need to get Lara from where she's standing now over to this ledge here. And even though it looks like she'll make the jump from a standing jump, that's the height of her jump. And so as we see, as she falls, she can't make the distance. So it looks like she can make the distance, but if you actually do the jump, her arc doesn't allow for it. Now, if this was actually a bit lower, say the bottom of her shoe, if the ledge was as high as the bottom of her shoe from the ground, then she'd be able to land on the thing. But it's not. So she goes straight past. And we need to go through this way because it leads to a part that we have to actually take. This part's going to be tricky, I think. Although this isn't where that's right, that's later on. That's one of the Atlantis levels. There's a level later on where there's literal lava that starts to come out. That means instant death. Yeah, so where we have Lara at the moment, we need to get her to this ledge because we then need to go through this to then turn right and go up here and go through here. And then we need to get Lara down here then so that she can actually go along here and then get to this spot so she can do a jump across to this to shimmy across to the left to then jump across here and then go through this corridor, go through all the way up here, and then once we navigate all these corridors, Going across here and everything. All this leads to a spot that we need to get to, and this is the only way that we can get to it by using the proper means, i.e. not using a shortcut by having Lara clip through a structure to then teleport to the top of the flat surface of that structure. And then we have to get it all the way across here, and then this leads us this way. This whole area here now, you can actually access it earlier than where I'm up to now. And using the teleportation trick, you can make Lara clip through that and then teleport to the top of this flat surface, which then would quickly lead you to where you need to go to get the lead bar that's required. But because I'm going the legitimate way, it means I have to go all of that way to legitimately get to this spot where this lead bar is. So I can make an exception to do a back step like that and then a run and jump. Because there's no other way to get across there legitimately. There we go. Octavius, 5 hours live. GG's. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 5 hours. Oh, it's been going well. It's been pretty cold, but to be expected. We're in winter at the moment, but no, it's been good. How about yourself? How's the weather in Greece going? I love the timing of the music. Da, 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 boom. Octavius, you do not have much sun today, but it's warm. Not hot, not cold, somewhere in the middle. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I like it when it's like that. I don't like it when it's really, really hot. It's just so annoying too because it ruins my concentration. It makes me uncomfortable. And when you're trying to actually get to sleep too, it doesn't help. I find it much easier to warm up when it's really cold as opposed to cool down when it's really hot. Octavius, are you an outdoors person? Camping, for example? Oh, not really. It's been a very long time since I went camping, actually. Uh, can't even remember when. It would have been like 20 years ago, I think, when I went camping. So I'm not really a big fan of camping and stuff. Um, but depending, like on who I'm camping with, I wouldn't mind, maybe going camping every once in a while, but not with any passion or anything. Octavius used to go camping on mountains and do astrophotography with a DSLR camera on telescope. Oh, that's really cool. That'd be interesting. I imagine you would have got some really good photos as well out of that too. Especially, like I like when there's like heaps of stars in the sky. Like that's a really good sort of like skyline and stuff that I like to see. What we have here is another jump that Lara will not make as a standing jump. Because what we need to do here is we need to get to this ledge. And there's no way to do a diagonal standing jump from this to here. I could do a running jump, I think, and make that, but I want to get this health kit. So either way, I need to make an exception, and Lara's allowed to do a back step like this and then do a run and jump. Oh my god. Lara is literally stuck. I can't jump on the spot. I can't make Lara jump forward. Oh, I accidentally made a move forward. Fuck. I still need to count that as a fail, though. It might seem unfair to count that as a fail, because I was stuck, but because I could reload my save, it means it was avoidable. This time I'll have her land this side of it. That way she'll have more headroom. There we go. Now she's close enough to auto grab it. Cool. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Why didn't I save first? Lara's stuck again. Damn it. Hey there, Dumbledore. Octavius, yeah, you sure did. Andromeda Galaxy mostly, and several star and nebulas. Oh, very nice. Cool. Yeah, I'm always fascinated by imagery of outer space and things too. Nice, Dumbledore. You're enjoying your coffee? Excellent. That's really good. You know, I was just thinking, I need to shimmy across here. The only problem is, lowering Lara down on this to then start shimmying. So I might have to make an exception. Actually, no. I need to sacrifice the health kit. Because if I make Lara do a run and jump here, which is okay, because I can't make it to here any other way, then I've already grabbed onto the ledge, which means I can shimmy all the way across here. But if I want to get the health kit, I've then got no way to get there unless I create an exception to allow Lara to actually lower herself down. So, yeah, after all this, we're going to have to let the health kit go. It's a shame too, because it was a large one. Wouldn't feel so bad if it was a small medikit. How's your day going so far, Dumbledore? Hope it's going well. Okay, so because this ledge that Lara is now on is actually closer to where I need to go, it means that I can make this jump with a standing jump. By comparison, though, the only way to get from this point to here would have been to do a running jump, which would have been okay because I could have made an exception. But it's also okay to jump across here. So because this ledge that Lara is on is actually closer to this side, it means I don't have to worry about making an exception. Even though it would have meant having 2 large health kits, it's still good to be able to get an extra large health kit after all. Hey there, Mux. Thank you so very much for the raid. How's things been? Thank you very much for that. How was your stream? How was Marvel Rivals? I hope you enjoyed. Hope you had a good time. Welcome to my Leapfrog challenge with Tomb Raider. Thank you very, very much. I hope you had a great stream. Oh yeah, Mux, you're all good. Yeah, the first raid went through. How's things? That's the challenge rules. They got going for this very bizarre challenge. Oh hell yeah, Mux, that's great to hear. I'm glad that things are going all good. That's excellent. As for me, things are going well. Having a good stream, up to level 6 out of 15. I'm hoping to finish. Whoop! I'm hoping to finish all the levels in Greece. There's about five of those. So after these five levels in Greece, there'll be six levels left in total. Three in Egypt, and then the final three in Atlantis. But yeah, going really well. Things are going good. Yeah, what I've also got going on the schedule at the moment is on Mondays I'm doing like a Doom marathon. So I'm currently up to Doom 3. I haven't actually played that all the way through before. So it'll be a first time playing all the way through. So I'll be starting that on Monday. At the moment, Tuesday is another vampire stream. Um, my stream of that last Friday actually ended before I wanted it to because of a game crash which stopped the stream. And I was like, I don't really want to do a stream session that's only an hour long after that. So, but yeah, doing Vampire usually on Fridays, and haven't revealed yet what Wednesday and Thursday game will be. I haven't actually decided yet, really. And then weekends is the Tomb Raider annual series runs at the moment. So yeah, you tried Vampire when it came on PS Plus about 4 or 5 years ago. Couldn't really get into it. I don't blame you. It can be very, very tricky. Early game as well, like it can really feel like the game is being unfair as well. A lot of cheap shots, a lot of moments where you're like, oh damn, I'm sure I hit the enemy. There's also moments too where the enemies will do this leap attack at you, and sometimes the camera moves, so you can't even see yourself at all, and it's really, really jarring. Oh, nice, Mux. You're playing Sleeping Dogs and the Dark Pictures Little Hope at the moment. Oh, very nice, dude. I really want to play Sleeping Dogs. I haven't actually played that one yet, but it looks so damn fun. And Little Hope's actually my favorite one of those. Is it your first time playing like a Dark Pictures game, or is this like a replay? Or but yeah, that's my favorite one. This is the start of the level. You actually come in from this area and swim out. And so you can access this area that I'm at now much earlier than this point. So instead of going the long way, which I ended up doing, because I can't do the glitch for this challenge, otherwise you can do the glitch where Lara basically keeps jumping while on an angle and she'll eventually teleport to the top. So usually I use that to teleport to this one and then just go straight through, but I've had to do it legitimately for this playthrough. Mux, it's your first time playing. You watched a walkthrough of Man of Medan a while ago and thought you'd give Little Hope a try on PS Plus. Very nice, dude. That's cool. I'm glad that you enjoyed Man of Medan enough to want to play, one of the games as well. Especially too, because there's so many things that can happen. Looks like I forgot to save. Although it's not too bad. Didn't have to go too far. So far, you think you prefer Man of Medan? Oh, that's fair. That's for sure. Yeah, that's a good one too. So far, there hasn't been one that I've thought was like bad. They each have their own strengths and weaknesses. And even though Little Hope is my favorite, I have to say that I think House of Ashes is probably still the best one that they've done so far. But you can get so many different playthroughs out of those games too. Like sometimes I like to do a say nothing playthrough where basically every single dialogue choice I don't choose whatever else is on the board. I just choose say nothing. Taylor from Little Hope is so annoying. Yeah, Taylor is a character that can be, for sure. Oh yeah. Mux, you got to the part where she gets to the museum after the other three burnt the doll. Oh yeah, that's pretty far. That's pretty far into the game. It's so interesting too because of so many kinds of like little choices here and there that might seemingly not really have much to do with anything later on, but sometimes can actually be a big, big thing that changes how things go. Like I won't spoil it specifically for Man and Medan, just in case there's some people that might want to find out on their own. But there is something that you choose. In fact, there's two things. If you choose one but not the other, you'll be fine. But if you choose both, there's something that happens after the credits is finished that is a very, very negative result. Unless the person in question is a character you don't care for, then it might not be, but it might be annoying if you thought that you had saved everyone. And it happens so early in the game that it's understandable if people don't even register that that was probably what caused it. But it's a great example for a butterfly effect with those games as well. Which, of course, Until Dawn being Supermassive's first. Well, I mean, they did other games before that, of course. Maybe games like Hidden Agenda have dialogue choices. I'm not too sure. I mean, Sony owns Until Dawn. Supermassive Games don't own it, so that's why the remake of Until Dawn is done by a different studio. That's totally fair, Mux. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. And thank you for leaving the lurk too. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you, and I hope that you have a great rest of your weekend as well. Shiller, it's a good way to confirm a kill when you go for everyone being dead. It really is, Shiller, for sure. Yeah, it's good to have something like that, if that's the overall outcome that you're really, really wanting. Actually, Shiller is funny. I don't know if you were in chat when I was talking about it, but I was talking about my October 2024 playthrough of Until Dawn, the original. That is when I decided to go for an Everyone Dies playthrough. But it wasn't just make sure I did the things that killed everyone. It was also, what can I do to torture the characters along the way? So there's that sequence with Mike where he's running, and I made sure to miss every QTE on purpose because doing so makes him hit his head and fall over. So I thought that would be a way to torment the character in like a Sam Raimi Evil Dead style of thing. And so that way it makes it seem like the character is completely clumsy and everything too, because they're hitting tree branches, getting knocked over, slipping and sliding around all the place. And there's another choice with him that you can make later that doesn't kill him, but it definitely has a physically lasting impression on him for the rest of however you might live, depending on your playthrough style. Um, oh, nice. I like you thinking. You might get the remake of Until Dawn this year. It won't be the same as the original, but you finally get to play it. That's true, Sheila. Yeah. Like, I'm sure it's not 100% different in every single way. So there'll still be like a lot of stuff I imagine that is from the original version, but at least you'll get a taste, for what the story is as well. fuck. I made Lara run. Oops, wrong command. Fail is the command I want. This room's going to be interesting with this challenge. Put Lara into a situation where the game won't let me have her do a jump to get unstuck. Oh, right at the last minute. Lara's stuck and can't actually move. I was able to get her to keep doing the leap until that point. Can't jump in any direction with Lara's head like that. Like, her head is literally stuck. Alright. There we go, got through. Alright. There's another example of, even though it looks like the distance is fine, Even though I'm holding the grab button as Lara goes down through the air, it's still not letting me actually have her grab the edge. Alright, there we go. It was a matter of the angle of the roof was interfering. There we go. Alright, so that's that jump done.
Holy Lara, Batman! No, literally. Holy Lara. Get it? T-800, spray some bullets in this asshole. He doesn't get how funny that joke was.
Okay, Bane. Hasta la vista, Batman. Ha 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 ha. Oh shit. Holy Lara, Batman. Thank you for redeeming those, Lightus. Thank you very much, dude. Holy Lara indeed. Absolutely, you're not wrong there. That was a good pun. Smooth landing. Not all of them, but there was one, which was, things are going well, thanks, Lightus. How about yourself, dude? Angle of frameism. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing that was sort of interfering because I had to actually make Lara veer left and then quickly right to actually do it, and also make sure that her head didn't bump this as well. I hope things are going well, dude. I did, yeah, it was a really good pun. That was very well put together. Oh, Linus, that's awesome to hear, dude. I'm glad that you're going well. I don't know how many times I've had Lara jump in this playthrough so far, but I'd definitely say it's over 100 by now. Linus, man, you were like, imagine if Bane was a bit like Robin, but with a twist. What a twist that would be, though, if Bane actually became the new Robin. He goes around breaking backs, and Batman's like, oi, that's not how we're supposed to do things. You love that flip. It's really cool. It's also a good way to show the athleticism that Lara's character has as well. Like, the thing is, you could probably get away with doing like a Tomb Raider project where you cast someone who is like an athlete. Because the thing with classic Lara, at least, was she was supposed to be like, she would probably be the equivalent of like a gold medalist gymnast, you know. Yeah, Mr. Gote, absolutely. Have definitely made some more progress. Although this level is really taking a long time, and the first few levels were not as time consuming, but that's because the positioning of jumps that they wanted you to do and the layout of stuff wasn't as complicated yet. Light as Gotham, I'm Robin. It is time that you all die. Man, that would be an awesome Bane line. Batman would be like, what? Like Alucard from Castlevania? I like how Alucard is just Dracula spelled backwards. Lotus, fuck you, King Kong. Scared the shit out of you. He came out of nowhere, damn it. There's definitely a lot of enemies that ambush you. Oh yes, Lotus. He really was. Waiting for Lara like, surprise, motherfucker. All right, so I need to go to the room where we turn the lead bars into gold, but I may as well go and get these collectibles while I'm here. Dr. Darling, where is the rest in peace Lara redemption when you need it? Yeah, I was sort of like going back and forth thinking whether I would have it active or not. But I felt that because this playthrough was meticulous and monotonous in terms of like, you know, jump to jump to jump to jump, that it's probably best not to even take the time. Plus, there's heaps of deaths that are happening anyway. But I like to actually show people who've never seen it before what actually happens though when Lara steps on this. So consider this a free, on purpose, rest in peace, Lara. Dr. Darling, I'm rich. Oh, wait. Alright, so we need to turn these gold bars, sorry, these lead bars into gold ones. There we go. So, 1 hour and 45 minutes for that level. that doesn't also count the times when I reloaded my save and then tried again. But yeah, almost 2 hours to get through that level. If only the game actually tracked how many jumps you did. Fuck. I instinctually stepped back. Not allowed to do that in this playthrough. Unless there's a running jump that's required for getting past a gap that I can't do a standing jump on. Then I'm allowed to do a back step like that before going into run and jump. That'll be something lightest. I'll have to have a think about, and it'll take me longer than like you know, a stream session or something. Um, but yeah, we can discuss that on Discord. You heard the water flowing. You were like, "Who the hell is shooting a Tommy gun?" Makes me think of that scene in The Mask with Jim Carrey when he's making balloon animals, and then he makes a balloon animal that is shaped like a gun, and then he transforms it into a literal Tommy gun, starts shooting people. A Tommy gun. No, no, that's all good, Lotus. Oh, nice, Lotus. That's cool. That's awesome. I hope you enjoy it. All right, so there's no way to get to this key without going the route I've been taking. And Lara won't make this jump by doing a standing jump. So for that jump, I'm allowed to do a long jump, i.e. a running jump. Alright, I can't lower Lara down, and there's no way to get her to jump to the ledge that I need to shimmy with, so we need to take damage. Alright, so I'm going to have to use health. There's no way I can get Lara to actually bypass that ceiling part. Can't even survive that. Interesting. Alright, so there's no way to get down here without actually making Lara lower herself down into the area where she can shimmy. So I'm going to make an exception for this. Alright, so for this part I can have Lara lower herself down, and the only way to do that in this game is to have her step back. Indeed, Dr. Darling, lots of splats were happening. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I don't have the Rest in Peace Lara channel point active. There's enough deaths happening through simply trying to adhere to my challenge rules, let alone doing extra on top when it gets redeemed. But I'll bring it back for Tomb Raider 2 though, because I won't be doing this challenge with that game, that's for sure. At least not in the playthrough I've got upcoming. Maybe in the future at some point. Lattice, you did some editing for your YouTube channel. You used to favorite clips to edit some compilation. Oh, that's cool. Pardon me, that's cool. It's always good if you enjoy the process too. Exactly, Dr. Darling. Yeah, Lara sounds like a sack of potatoes being dropped when landing from a great height and dying. Lattice, you heard a mini scream that was lame. She should scream her lungs out for it to be perfect. That thud alone is good, but misses something. You'll send it to me as a whisper. Let me know if you like it, obviously, after you watch it. Oh, yeah, Lotus, there's no worries at all. Yeah, it might take a while for me to get to it, because usually after I finish the stream, I like to sort of chill out and watch other streams and not think about streaming until it's the next day to stream again. But I'll definitely check it out, though. Oh yeah, Linus, absolutely. Fuck, I made Lara run. Jesus fucking Christ. My usual instinct kicked over where I wanted to make sure I was able to kill the rat without taking damage. And so my mind was like, run! And then it's like, Rod, you're doing a challenge where you're not allowed to do that. Nice bullshit game. I love when enemies can actually eat you through things like walls and gates. fucking enemy. Just fucking appear out of fucking nowhere. Alright. If an animal moves Lara, it's okay. Because it's the animal moving Lara, not me. Alright, can't come this way anyway. Indeed, Dr. Darling. Requiescat in pace. Lara Spikes. Cuny, who's the LJN of today's generation of games? Ubisoft. No, just kidding. Not too sure, actually, if there is an equivalent. I mean, potentially there probably is a few candidates that could be, but none's really coming to mind for me. There might be some kind of like low scoring games from the one, company, maybe. I don't know. EA. EA, it's in the game. Admit to that key looked bigger than Lara lol. Yeah, that's the funny thing about these old school Tomb Raider games is the scale of certain things. Like really oversized chairs and really oversized tables and stuff. Then the keys, yeah, look way bigger. Alright, so there's no way for Lara to make this jump as a standing jump. That's her height, at the height of her jump. Her arc doesn't allow her to actually make it. And from this other way, Lara won't be able to make the standing jump because I know already, based on being able to reach this ledge with a standing jump, and the fact that this other ledge is not as long, it means that Lara from this point won't be able to make this jump with a standing jump either. So both possible paths, without using the glitch, of course, on this ledge that teleports Lara to the top of it, which I'm not allowed to do for this playthrough, it means that I have to make an exception to allow Lara to do a backward step and then do a run and jump. And I'm going to make her do it from this point. I may as well, I've already got her here. I would have had to do the same thing anyway from this side. So for this part, I'm allowed to have Lara do a back step and then do a run and jump. Because there's no way she would have made a standing jump. Alright, so Lara won't be able to make that jump from a standing jump. Even though it might look like it, her height and arc just do not suit for being able to make it. And even if I have Lara's hands outstretched as she jumps, she won't grab it. So there's another example where I'm allowed to do a back step and then a run and jump. Bloody Pierre. Pierre is like a mosquito that just when you think you've shooed it away, it'll come back. Except in the case of this analogy, you could probably kill the mosquito, but in Pierre's case, we can't actually kill him. He keeps on coming back. He can take like 100 shots and still be fine. Kearney, the gun's got a catchy noise. Absolutely. You've got the pattern of gunshots that it has when you have Lara just shooting like that. But when you're shooting an enemy, if you have Lara pivot, so she's only shooting with one gun, that's of course another variation. But then when you've done that, you can also sometimes time it. So you have like Lara going ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. Or you can have it go boom, 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 boom. But it just depends on your timing of making Lara's second gun start firing again in time with the first one. Alright, so another example where Lara won't be able to make the jump with a standing jump, even with her hands outstretched. So we can do a backward step and a run and jump again. Pilatus, when you went a boom, your mind went a boom boom wayo. Are you not know that party song maybe? It sounds familiar. I think I might know which one you mean. Mini scream, damn it, Laura, do it with more heart. Quick, more heart. Gurney Dan Pierre can take about 50 rounds and still live. Oh yeah. Yeah, his body is bulletproof it seems. Although, he does get his comeuppance. Lattice, subtle forward neutral jumps. That's true. Exactly, Lattice. Yeah, every time Lara jumps on the spot, she'll incrementally move forward. You can make it slightly more increments per jump if you actually press and hold for a split second the up D-pad when she's actually off the ground. It's been good to be able to use that to get Lara's positioning more exacting to where you want it to be. Damn, that croc from Resident Evil 2 here. Yeah, good call. Speaking of Resident Evil as well, the first one came out the same year as this first game. Lotus, these two games, well, not only these two, but they did define a generation of amazing gaming, 32-bit era. Absolutely, Lotus, for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah. In the case of Tomb Raider, it was the fourth entry that was the first one I played. And in terms of Resident Evil, it was Resident Evil 3. Hey, Senny, thank you so very much for using your bits to enlarge the crooked emote. The crooky one, lol. Thank you so much. How's things, dude? Linus, did that croc from Resident Evil 2 give birth to these in Tomb Raider 1? What a crossover that would be. Well, at least the best thing the crocs could have done was eat that damn supersized FO3 rats, Fallout 3 rats. Oh, they're really giant ones, are they? This looks like another instance where Lara can't make the jump by doing just a standing jump. Which is deceptive because you think, well, her height here at the height of her jump is pretty high. So surely, if you have hands outstretched, that she should actually grab it. But even with arms outstretched, it's not enough for her to be able to grab it. So in this case, I need to make another exception for Lara to be able to do a backward step to get a run up, to be able to do a run and jump. Okay, so this is another point where Pierre can turn back up again and start shooting at you. The annoying piece of shit. At the start of the grease levels, when Lara sees the can of beans that is eaten out of and left there, Lara's like, Pierre, you litter bug. Well, I'd call him more than a litter bug. I'd call him an absolute piece of fucking shit. That's also a litter bug. Oh yeah, Lotus, cookies are really nice. I really like the ones that you can get from Subway. They're really good. Hey, Absolution. How's things? Welcome on in. Just gonna have to accept taking damage there. Only problem with that is, Lightus, I needed the key before jumping into the water. Yes, so Lightus, with that part, there's a key that you need to get. So if I had jumped into the water first, I would have had to backtrack all the way back to where I was and get the key. So if I have a look, if you look at the surface of the water versus the ledges above, Lara can't grab those. They're too high for her to grab from that. Um, for her to be able to grab them, the water level would have to be at least another brick high, and then she would be able to pull herself out of the water. So because I had to get this key from here. Pierre, you son of a bitch. Why are you looking at me like that for? You piece of shit. So since the key was here, I had to pick that up first and then go into the water. If I had jumped down into the water first, I wouldn't have been able to get back up this way. I would have had to go swimming. So I had to take the damage to be able to get to the key. I hate you, Gabe. How are you wanted from Pierre? Yeah, Pierre's a piece of shit. He just keeps on coming back. Yeah, Lotus. Dumbass, he's smiling. He sure is. Donkey Kong is like, I'll just wait here and stealth attack. Shit. For fuck's sake, Rod. When did you last save it? Of course you fucking saved it there, you fucking nong. Jesus fucking Christ. Would have liked to finish the grease levels in this stream, but I'm at the point now where I'm making all these stupid decisions, i.e. not saving after long stretches of time. So after I finish this level, I'm going to call it a stream. Lotus, who was like, damn, Lara looks pretty like the first binary number he saw her in code. He's just... It's just love struck. Wicked, that smile though. Yeah, that was so funny. The smile of an asshole who knows they've done something that the person is pissed off at them about, but doesn't actually really care. Lotus is like, Lara, I love you. You set my soul on fire. I can't do a French accent. But you'd be like Pepe Le Pew. Hey Spectrum, welcome. Things are going good, thank you. Working on a very, very niche challenge. Lara can't walk or run or do a light step back unless I need to get a run and jump across gaps that are too large to jump from a standing position. How's things going with you? Glad to hear that you're going well, Spectrum. That's really good. Yeah, I've only really gotten a bit frustrated with it in this level because of this other character that keeps coming up and attacking you every so often. Doesn't matter how many times you shoot them, they still come back later. Like you shoot them a bit and then they run off. In fact, they can actually teleport, which is really even extra annoying. And Dr. Darling Larry have 1% health health left. Use a medipack. No. Medipack? What are those things? Okay, so we're allowed to move this block. But it's okay, the internet has really need to take a chill pill. Business as usual then for the internet. Yes, Spectrum should have a head bump count. It'll definitely probably be 100 by now. There's actually one part where Lara, I couldn't get Lara to jump through like this little passageway. She kept on getting literally stuck, where I couldn't even jump at all. I eventually got through, but it took a lot of maneuvering and all that to get through. All right, this is what I'm going to call it a stream. So we didn't get through all the Greece levels like I was hoping, but this is the final Greece one, and yeah, so I definitely will leave this until next Saturday. Lucinda is playing Resident Evil 6, so we'll go out, we'll raid out to Lucinda. But before I do, though, I'd like to give some shout outs, also catch up on chat as well. Latest, you're watching a reel about a hillbilly-like person going to Walmart, grabbing Walmart's version of caviar. Caviar. The asshole had a big scoop of caviar. You were like, dude, what the fuck? He gets a smaller scoop and puts mustard on caviar. You were like, dude, you are no Roberto. You're not a fancy person. I've never even had caviar, to be honest. I've seen it, but haven't eaten it. You'll send me the clip later. No worries, dude. Yeah, definitely haven't seen it. Spectrum, Walmart sells caviar and no mustard. You got to put Miracle Whip on it. Miracle Whip. Like, that person would have died. Spectrum, your suggestion was awesome. Joker would approve. Joker approved. Stick his face on it as a stamp. Yeah, Lattice, that was funny. It is funny when that happens too. Even though, like, Lara's going to land in water. Hey there, Max. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Thanks for the GGs in Meta. Thank you very much, dude. Given the challenge rules, how meticulous I need to be, how patient, and how many hours I've been streaming, and it's 12:20 a.m. in the morning, I think that's still a pretty commendable amount of content to do for a stream. But we'll get back to this next Saturday and continue the playthrough. Spectrum, where can you get your girls pointing like that? Well, I do not know. That is for sure, Spectrum. Dr. Darling, Lara looks worried. No more jumping for a week? That's right. Yep, no more jumping for a week. Well, I'll be playing... Vampire has jumping in it, but not necessarily in the same way. Thank you, Inmeta. Cheers, dude. Would like to give a shout out to the following streamers. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Absolution, who's been doing Hulk, or games like it as well. I think he finished Hulk recently. AC has been doing Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. And Mita is doing a playthrough of The Witcher 3, 100%, no fast travel, no looking at the map, no HUD as well, to celebrate its 10th anniversary. Crocodiles finished his playthrough of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood recently as part of a historical order run of various different games across different franchises. The next one he's got lined up as part of that series run is Assassin's Creed Revelations. Lidus is a streamer of a lot of retro games. He's a big fan of fighting game franchises, especially Mortal Kombat, as well as Street Fighter, Tekken, and Streets of Rage. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, as well as Elden Ring. Mux is doing a playthrough of Marvel Rivals. Scar has been doing Days Gone. Schiller is doing a playthrough of God of War 2018 for his first time, and also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, doing a minimal kill challenge. Definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. That's all good in Meta for the stream and for the shout out as well, dude. Absolutely no trouble at all. Lightus Lara was thinking on when I need more tomb-related outfits. Pierre, you crazy son of a bitch. Thank you, Lightus, for doing that, dude. For sending that on Discord. That's awesome. And no worries at all for the shout out either, dude. More than happy to give you one as well. And Schiller, same to you as well, dude. No problem at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you one too. Lightus man, Lara has such a big forehead. Big forehead, Lara. Thank you for the stream. No trouble at all, Lightus. The next stream that people will see from me will be Doom 3. If you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Monday. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste, and I'll also put in chat a message for subscribers to be able to use as well. Lattice, can we pretend tomorrow's still Sunday and say it's Tomb Raider Day? Unfortunately not, Lattice, no. Plus, I'm all jumped out for now. It'll be good to have a few days break from doing this type of playthrough. Not that I hate it or anything, it's just that, I've done, this is a almost 8 hour stream, but I already did 3 hours yesterday of the game as well. Thanks for the GGs, Max. Thank you very, very much. Spectrum, T-Rex Day? Maybe. Could be. Thanks for the GGs, Lightus. Thank you very much, dude. I hear you, man. Yeah. Definitely a lot. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot, and I will catch you in the next one.